Okay, we're off YouTube here for a moment. Hey, that YouTube stream actually did pretty good. All right, excellent. Cool. I just got to switch this up. Over there, Space and Rocket Reviews. Okay. I already did that, drummer. All right, stand by for YouTube going live here in 5, 4, 3. All right, the Space and Rocket Review, May 15th, 2026. What's going on, everybody? It's Friday. It's time for a Space and Rocket Review. If you're looking for Flame Trench, I purposely didn't sign up for a Flame Trench just because I wasn't sure if I was going to be in the right mental state to do it. I had a pretty bad couple of weeks, and I wasn't sure, so I didn't sign up for it. But that doesn't mean you're not going to see some space action here. So what I'm going to bring up is this. The CRS-34 mission.
And we mentioned earlier that includes NASA astronauts Chris Williams, Jessica Meir, and Jack Hathaway. They're also joined alongside by...
Like that. And let's go here. And let's go here.
Joining him on board the International Space Station is ESA astronaut, or European Space Agency astronaut, Sophie Adno. Now on tap for docking as the Dragon spacecraft makes its way closer and closer to station. It will be Hathaway of NASA and Adno of ESA that will be monitoring the Dragon spacecraft as it gets closer and closer to the orbiting laboratory.
So these are the people that are currently up on the ISS. Jessica Meir, Jack Hathaway, Sophie Adno from ESA, Sergei Skverchkov from Roscosmos, Chris Williams from NASA. That's Max Sarayev over there, and Sergei Mikalev, I think. I forget his name. What we're watching here, guys, is a resupply mission. This is an ISS resupply mission. This is Commercial Resupply Services 34. So SpaceX 34th ISS resupply mission since they started doing them in 2012. 2012 was CRS-1. We're about 8 minutes out. This is a Falcon 9 right here. Falcon 9 Block 5 bug with a cargo Dragon on top. What is this carrying? Yeah, it's food, water, clothes, stuff like that. Just a straight resupply mission. We are going to see a return to launch site here with this booster. Little bit of background information on this launch here. Once again, the 34th resupply mission. The Dragon flying tonight has flown five times previously. It's Dragon C209. It's on its 6th flight. The last flew about a year ago. Its previous mission was SpaceX Resupply 32 that launched in April of 2025. So yeah, a little bit over a year ago. The booster flying tonight is booster 1096. 1096 is on its 6th flight as well. That's the first stage. First stage will come back down and land.
Discovery, go at throttle.
Yeah, it's also carrying science experiments too. Fun fact, this booster was the first Falcon booster to launch a Kuiper mission, which was also its first flight. 1096, yeah, its previous missions were GPS-3 SV09, L77 for the National Reconnaissance Office, a Starlink mission, IMAP, which was a rideshare mission, and then, yeah, its first flight was in July of 2025 on the Amazon Leo KF-01 mission. Pretty cool. It's launching on a northeast trajectory out of the Cape. This is an ascending node trajectory, meaning that the ISS's orbital plane is going from southwest to northeast when they go to launch in about 6 minutes. We will do pre-roll ads on Twitch. While I'm doing the pre-roll ad on Twitch, so people do not get ads if you pop into the stream during the launch, I will go outside and see if it's clear. Because if it is, I should be able to see this thing. Why do cargo dragons have a different trunk? Crew trunk has 4 wings. Cargo only 2 at the end of the solar panels. The wings are there for stability for the launch escape system, Leon. The Cargo Dragon doesn't have them because it doesn't have a launch escape system. There's nobody on board. Now, why does it still have the 2 other wings? It's because the radiators and the solar panels go out onto those wings. The ones that are here. So you can get a couple of different angles for your solar panels if needed. So, I will run my ads. I'll be right back. I'm going to see if it's clear outside. On YouTube, just hang on. That was me. It is ridiculously cloudy. That was me. That was me. There's a frayed wire. It is ridiculously cloudy. There's not a chance I'm seeing this. Okay, I already answered that. Is it coming up by North Carolina? If you're anywhere on the eastern seaboard, you should be able to see this. Chris, you want to make it down to see a launch one of these days? I should be down there around July, so hopefully there's one going on. You're more likely to see a launch than not see a launch at this point, Chris, which is actually pretty cool. All right, so I'll tee in the audio here.
Now, a little more than 3.
Oh. Come on, X.
Green to support today's launch. Now, if for some reason we do not launch today, we do have a backup opportunity. That'll be tomorrow, Saturday, May 16th at 5:43 p.m. Eastern Time. But right now, all systems tracking well as we continue to monitor the final progress of fueling and getting ready for liftoff.
Here from just outside Jetty Park, ready for a launch. There you go. You're in Taunton, you have clouds. Yeah, Cannon, the clouds are low up here, dude. Because that damn
We're
rain.
going to continue listening in over the countdown nets.
Doesn't
and
really
the
help
next
us, though,
thing
to
we're
see the rocket,
expecting
though.
is stage 1 LOX load complete.
Stage 1 LOX load is complete.
There you go. The weather is 95% go. CRS-34 originally attempted to go on Monday night. The weather was 60% probability of no-go. And then they tried on Wednesday. And Wednesday was a 50-50 shot. It didn't work. They scrubbed it. And today, weather is really cooperating here. 95% go for launch. About 2 minutes and 31 seconds out. Yeah, Kurt, it's overcast here too. We got, that's that big rainstorm that popped through. That looks good, Nova. Yeah, looks real good. It's 95%. Mondays was 10% favorable. You're right. It was 90. Yeah, I thought it was 60. Whatever. They tried to go on Monday. They didn't go on Monday. They tried to go on Wednesday. The clouds didn't cooperate. We're inside of 2 minutes. And it looks to be pretty clear. Clear skies out there today. Now, if you look, there's a landing pad right over there. See that slab? That circular slab?
The first and second stages are now fully...
That first stage is going to land over... It's behind this camera. It's that way.
Auto idle. Coming up.
About how many minutes after launch to reach around north of Boston? So, Series Flyer, if you're on the North Shore, about 8 minutes. 8 or 9 minutes. If you're on the coast... Like if you're in Gloucester or something, you should just look south. Look south, southeast. You'll see it if there's no clouds. It might still be a little bit too bright out, dude. We might not be able to see it because of the lighting. But the sun is setting behind us from where we're trying to look. So it's possible. It's overcast as hell for me on the South Shore though. So probably not gonna Probably not going to. I will not be able to see it.
Is that our launch director?
Inside of 1 minute, Falcon 9 is go for auto sequence start.
LD, go for launch.
Launch director reports go.
There we have it. Just inside of T-minus 2 seconds, the 9 Merlin 1D engines on the Falcon 9 first stage will ignite. Once they're at full power, Falcon 9 will lift off the pad and begin its climb to orbit.
T-minus 30 seconds.
Listen in for
Ground
these
gas
final 30
closeout.
seconds.
T-minus 15 seconds. T-minus 10.
That sound you're hearing is
9,
pad deluge.
8, 7.
Sound suppression water
6,
system is on.
5, 4, 3,
Ignition.
2, 1. Ignition. And liftoff. Go Falcon, go Dragon, and go CRS-34.
Okay, SpaceX's 34th
And liftoff. NASA's
International
SpaceX
Space Station
34
resupply
commercial
mission.
resupply services
Is
mission
one
carrying
chamber
over
pressures are
6,500 pounds of cargo and supplies is on its way to the International Space Station.
Good liftoff, clean step, everything looked good there. The next step in the flight here should be a call for power and telemetry in the next 15 seconds. And then we should hear...
Everything is looking good on board Falcon 9.
Should hear a call for supersonic and max Q.
Control that the rocket is pitching downrange and that all 9
Power
Merlin
and telemetry nominal.
engines continue to
Good
perform
call
well.
on power and telemetry.
We're just about to throttle down the engines to prepare for max Q,
Should
the
get a
point
call
of
for
maximum
supersonic.
aerodynamic pressure during ascent. Max Q happens when the combination of speed
Falcon 9 is supersonic.
and
Good.
air pressure put the greatest stress on the vehicle. And with that call out for mission control, we know that Falcon 9 is moving faster than the speed of sound.
Max Q.
That's
There's that
maximum
call out for
dynamic
max
pressure.
Q. Now coming up, there are going to be several
Max Q is peak aerodynamic load being exerted on the vehicle. The vehicle can only go so fast down here before Falcon 9 can only go so fast down here before it can't move the air out of the way. And what that does is create compressed air up at the front of the vehicle and tries to accordion the rocket. It tries to smush it. So they throttle the engines down to lessen the load. Max Q indicates the highest amount of dynamic pressure on the front of the vehicle. Now, they throttle the engines down, and they're pretty much up above the atmosphere at this point anyway, so they're going to throttle them back up here. And in another probably 40 seconds, or 20 seconds, we should see a ramp down on stage 1 thrust. And then in about 30 seconds from now, they should be entering the ramp down now. About 30 seconds, we should see stage separation. It's not a drone ship. This is a return to launch site drummer. It's going to land at pad 40.
Main engine cutoff.
There's Miko. Oh, Miko was early. It's usually 2:30. But that's on a Starlink mission. This is a slightly different trajectory.
Stage separation confirmed.
Now that first stage is going to turn
Back
around.
startup. Back startup.
And you should see the first stage relight its engine because it's turning around and coming back. There we go. First stage turning around and coming back
great
to land.
views on your
back at
screen there
landing
as you
zone
heard
40.
and hopefully saw all of those key events taking
Bro.
place. Main engine cutoff,
That's
stage separation,
so good, dude. That
stage
never
1
gets old.
flip, which is
That's
happening on
super
the
cool.
left-hand side of your screen, second engine start on the right-hand side of your screen, and the beginning of our boost back burn. Now, coming up shortly, we should hear the call out for completion of the
Time should
boost
be
back
visible
burn
from
on the
Jersey.
first stage.
Give it another 2 to 3
This
minutes,
burn
Redbeard.
helps to steer the booster back toward the landing site and is the first of 3 burns the first stage performed.
You can see all of the Floridian Peninsula right there. There's Tampa over there. Orlando. Got some clouds over Orlando right now. There's Daytona right there. You can see all the way down to Fort Lauderdale there and then down to Key West. Fort Myers over here. Bradenton over there. Somewhere down there, Cletus McFarland is jumping a dirt bike over a Coke can. Somewhere down there.
SpaceX 34th commercial resupply services mission, now 3 minutes and a little more than a half into today's flight. Takes about 9.5 minutes to get into orbit and all set as Dragon on the right-hand side with that Merlin MVAC engine on the right.
Yep,
Continuing
all the way
its
up to
chase to the
Jacksonville,
orbiting
you can see
laboratory, and there you can
the
see
inlet up there.
that
St.
stage
Augustine
1
right there.
making its return back to Earth on the
Jacksonville up there.
left-hand side. We had an on-time liftoff at 6:05 p.m. Eastern Time from Space Launch Complex 40 in Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. Now, in order to make the left side, stage 1, make its return back to Earth, a couple things have to happen. 2 more burns to execute. The entry burn, where 3 of the Merlin engines will reignite, and this helps slow the stage down as it re-enters the upper part of Earth's atmosphere. And following the entry burn, the booster will go through
outside
its
right
landing
now,
burn.
Redbeard, and look
and
southeast.
This is a single-engine burn that brings the vehicle's speed down
high on the
rapidly
horizon
in order to land back on Earth. And we should be hearing those call-outs for that entry burn in just a couple of moments from now.
Oh, my favorite part. So right
That's
now,
right, Joseph. We are.
What Falcon 9 is doing, the first stage is firing. You see the downward thrusters firing. What they're doing there is settling the propellants, because it's Falcon 9 is falling back down right now, right? And it's going to start accelerating as it's falling back down. But since it's falling, it's technically in microgravity. All the propellants can move around. They can just kind of free float inside of the tanks. You don't want that when you go to fire the engines for the entry burn, for the supersonic retro propulsion, right? So you're going to see the thrusters firing downward. And what that does is it pushes the rocket upward just slightly, puts a forward acceleration on the vehicle, and it settles all the propellants at the bottom of the tanks. So when they go to fire the engine, they don't pull in air. They pull in rocket fuel. That's a really important thing that's not talked about very much. See those little pulses right there? That's just pushing the vehicle up slightly and getting the propellants to settle down at the bottom for when you go to fire the engines. You could see Cape Canaveral right there. That's Cocoa Beach right there. Satellite Beach is there. You could almost see all the way down to Fort Lauderdale down there. This Falcon 9 is targeting a landing at LZ-40, which is behind those clouds right where my mouse cursor is. There's the initiation of the entry burn, supersonic retro propulsion. What Falcon 9 is doing here is it's slowing down, and those flames are actually pushing re-entry heating away. They're pushing the plasma away from that first stage. What a track. Oh my goodness.
We'll begin.
And it actually, the flames coming out of the engine actually act as the heat shield for the first stage. You can see a shock line right there as the first stage flies back down.
Craft on top of that second stage, making its way into orbit.
So you should see some vents down here.
6.5 minutes into today's flight.
Those vents are priming the engines for
now,
the
again,
landing
moments
burn.
away from
That's
entry burn.
That's what we see down here.
Grid
fins steering that Falcon 9 back in.
It will rapidly decelerate in preparation for landing at landing zone 40.
Stage 1 FTS safe.
Dude, she's flying, baby. She is flying.
Milestones continuing.
Zoom out.
To check off for the stage 1 as it makes its return back
here we
to
go.
Earth.
Getting back down into the lower atmosphere here. You can see a lot of aerodynamic forces shaking those grid fins around. Got some vapor accumulating there.
Visuals off the.
We got the sonic booms.
So landing burn now underway, and that's the single engine that slows down stage 1
has
rapidly ahead of
1096 is over
the coastline.
The LZ-40 landing site. Stage 1 leg deploy. Grid fins will lock into place. Reaction control system steering the booster right back to position.
Stage 1 landing confirmed.
Oh, we got a good touchdown, baby. 1096 completes.
And great visualizations there as stage 1 has successfully returned back to landing zone 40. That's now 7.5 minutes into today's flight. We still have about a minute to go. A little less than that for stage 2. And there you can follow along the pathway stage 1.
That is another.
Let's just talk over each other. Okay, so the second stage here is at the Outer Banks. That's North Carolina right there. See the Outer Banks of North Carolina here. Should be going up to Chesapeake Bay over here somewhere.
This engine needed to get Dragon into the proper orbit to align with the International Space Station.
Stage 2 FTS safe.
Stage 2 terminal guidance.
Once again, if you're on the eastern seaboard, you're in the northeast here. If there's no clouds, you should be able to see it. It's
Just
cloudy
about
here,
10
Go. I can't do it.
Until we should hear that SECO 1 call.
MVAC shutdown.
Yeah, it hopped a little bit, Dan.
And then there's confirmation of MVAC shutdown on board our second stage.
Okay.
Now we are just standing by for confirmation of a good orbital insertion.
Stage 2 nominal orbit insertion.
Good. You're not going to see it anymore, dudes, now that the engine ain't firing. Yeah, I mean, the sun might be glaring off of it. You might be able to see
and
it.
We have confirmation there of a good orbit from Mission Control.
There's Chesapeake Bay
Stage 2 vehicle
over
is
there.
now in coasting with
Southern
Dragon
Virginia.
attached, and we're about a minute away from spacecraft
Or
separation.
Eastern Virginia. Wallops is
We're
right
seeing
there.
a great view
The
of that
other
second
Atlantic
stage. That
or
Merlin
Eastern
vacuum
Seaboard
engine
launch site.
has
It's
shut
right
down,
there.
and we'll continue to await that
And
separation
then there's
for Dragon
Delaware.
to continue its journey on.
Hi. I'm in Delaware.
Pounds of critical cargo, science, and supplies to the orbiting
Chesapeake
laboratory.
Bay right there. There's Norfolk. We got a good Dragon deploy there. This is a shot from inside a Dragon looking back at the second stage.
We're getting some great views up in space as Dragon is slowly drifting away from our second stage, which you've got that
And
full
there's the
view
clouds
of the
that
MVAC
are
engine on your screen
currently
right now.
engulfing my
And we
state
have confirmed
right now.
spacecraft
Dragon
separation.
separation confirmed.
Got a
Right
good
on
step on
schedule.
Dragon.
So to recap today's mission so far, we did have an on-time liftoff at 6:05 p.m. Eastern Time. Everything proceeded nominally up to that point. At 2.5 minutes into flight, we saw separation.
Second stage recovery when? Rename it Starship and give it some time.
And 9's first stage at landing zone 40 at Cape Canaveral Space
Yeah,
Force
see,
Station.
that's the chungus. That's the big
At about
chungus
T-
that of
T
clouds
plus 8
that
minutes
I'm
and
in
30
right here.
seconds,
I'm
we
somewhere
had a
in this
successful
picture.
second engine
over
cutoff,
here.
or SECO
Maybe
1, which
here,
was followed by
or
confirmation
here.
of good orbital insertion.
Dude, the entire Northeast is in the clouds, man. Yeah, and those are low clouds too. Like they're 3,000 feet at best.
Talk us through that
This is a
milestone.
resupply
Joseph,
SDX.
back
Yep.
to you.
There's the dude, a shot in that was a shot inside. Oh, that was inside a Dragon. And then we had one looking back at the second stage. Come on, show us those. Come on.
For NASA and SpaceX heading towards the orbiting lab, and as you mentioned, we're monitoring the nose cone deploy on the tip of the Dragon spacecraft. That'll hinge open. We just received note that the first set of hooks.
How much delta V does the Dragon capsule have? Ciavola, it's not a lot. Maybe 500 meters a second at best. Not a lot. Dragon doesn't have any primary propulsion system. It uses its RCS to get to the station. It doesn't need to. It doesn't need a big propulsion system. You don't need a big rocket engine. Just this thing will get you there. This is your big rocket engine. It'll get you close enough, and then you can just station keep, do a couple RCS burns. There's the second stage, and there's the second stage nozzle right there. This is a shot of some of the cargo that is inside of Dragon's trunk, which is the cylindric hollow segment that's behind the capsule. There's a shot on board. These are all different science experiment and racks and food, water, clothes. A couple science experiments on the right there. And stage 2 and Dragon are passing over Newfoundland here. And like I said, I'm engulfed in that gigantic bunch of clouds. So is basically the rest of the entire northeast part of the U.S. and let's say the southeast part of Canada. That's probably not how people say that. You're 13 miles west of Slick 40. That landing was really loud. Nice.
And
could you put Dragon on a booster and do a point-to-point? I mean, you could with substantial modifications, sure.
Firing of the Draco thrusters will perform.
That looks like a high inclination difference. This is just how this graphic is represented, Ciavola. That's the next orbit. The way this graphic is presented is Earth relative, not orbit relative. So this is what a 3D shot of what the Earth looks like spinning underneath it. That's not the ISS's inclination. That's the next orbit. So it's going to come around here and go here. But the thing is that the Earth spins underneath it as it orbits about its orbital plane. So because the Earth is spinning, the next orbit appears to be at a differential inclination, but it's not. This is just our Earth relative frame here. Does Super Heavy do the ullage burns, or
the
does
team's
it
here
use
with me
the
in
header
Houston,
tanks?
monitoring the orbiting laboratory, but keeping a close eye on data.
Super Heavy can use the header tanks. But see, like, here's the thing, Pigzig. It uses the header tanks, but Super Heavy doesn't do the exoatmospheric retrograde burn. It doesn't do the supersonic retropropulsion. There's 3 Merlin engines getting ready to be built over there. It doesn't do that. Because it doesn't do that, you don't really need to settle the propellant. Super Heavy uses the natural deceleration of the booster. So when the booster starts coming back, Super Heavy starts coming back down, it's going to start hitting the atmosphere, and it's going to decelerate because the atmosphere is getting stuck in front of it, right? Because it can't move it out of the way fast enough, at least, right? You're going to get dynamic pressure built up at the bottom of the vehicle around the engines. That's why they glow when Super Heavy comes back in. Well, I don't know what Block 3 is going to look like, but you get the idea. So because you don't need to do that, the decelerative forces that happen to the vehicle, because it only fires its engines basically for the landing burn, will settle your propellants for you. You don't need to do that propellant settling. So it's using the header tanks, right, and physics to get going. The velocity is also Earth relative. That confused me before because I thought it was inertial velocity, and I got a semi-major axis lower than Earth radius. Yeah. Our conversations about that previously, Lava, when we were talking about this before, is how I figured out that it's an Earth relative frame. Today is Friday. When does this make the ISS? Soon. This is a shot out at the front of Dragon.
Thank you for following along.
So this is a shot on the Dragon capsule looking this way. You can start to see
daylight creeping in as that is inside of the Dragon spacecraft. Looking at the nose cone, it is opening up.
You'll see it.
To expose that docking adapter, which will come into play again on Sunday morning.
Did you hear him say docking adapter? Midwesterner detected.
To astronaut Sophie Adno on tap to monitor docking to the International Space Station.
No, not today, Hammer.
In those early morning hours.
7 a.m. on Sunday.
Great visualization again of the nose cone opening. Approaching about the halfway point in terms of being fully opened.
No flame
exposed
trench.
To the vacuum of space. Currently in their off-duty period right now, and resting is the Expedition 74 crew, but they will snap into action once the Dragon spacecraft arrives to unpack the 6,500 pounds of cargo and supplies. NASA astronauts Jess Kamir, Jack Hathaway.
6,500 pounds is what, 2,750 kilos, something like that. About 2,750. That's a rough estimate. That's off the top of my head.
A loss of visuals there on the nose cone, but it does continue to open up as we'll monitor as we just pass the halfway point.
Do we have a net date for Flight 12?
The left-hand side in Hawthorne, California, and SpaceX, and the team on the right here with me in the International Space Station Flight Control Room in Houston, Texas, continuing to follow
2950? That was close. I got 3 numbers right.
We also mentioned there will be 5 key burns for the Dragon spacecraft to make as it begins its chase to the
19th. Thank you.
Station. The first one will be the phase burn, which happens not too long after liftoff. In fact, that'll be a little bit later on this evening. And then the other 4 key burns with necessary adjustments will occur throughout Saturday and into Sunday. Nose cone now about 70% open.
It'd be nice if we could see.
As the teams here continuing to move along.
He's listening to a ComNet that we can barely hear it, but it's not being piped into the stream.
Just over 17 minutes into today's mission after an on-time liftoff at 6:05 p.m. Eastern Time from Space Launch Complex 40 is NASA's SpaceX 34th Commercial Resupply Services mission to the International Space Station, loaded up with 6,500 pounds of food, supplies, cargo, and hardware to the orbiting laboratory. And what has been a busy stretch of time, and it's always a busy stretch of time for the International Space Station, and we'll touch upon that with Bill Spetch here in just a moment.
Oh, Bill Spetch. There's a shot. There we go. Before anybody says it's ice that's entering the sunlight, and when the sun melts the ice, it outgasses and it looks like orbs moving around. That's just ice. Seriously, that's what it is. It's just being illuminated by the sun, and when it outgasses, it makes thrust. That's why it looks like it's snowing. Or it's aliens. I don't know. You believe what you want to believe. I don't care. So it's not P this time. It is in fact not P this time.
The rest of the way is, again, we continue to stand by for confirmation of.
Why is there so much ice? it's probably what you're probably seeing is from the second stage outgassing, or if there's any environmental control systems on Dragon that were just turned on, or some type of dump system on Dragon. It could be the thrusters. Yeah, the vacuum does weird things to things, if that makes any sense.
And here inside of Mission Control, we just got a great call out from our visiting vehicles officer that the nose cone has been deployed. The Draco thruster checkouts have been completed, and Dragon is now on its way to the International Space Station.
Yeah,
so now that it's deployed and ready for its phasing
checkouts,
burns to the orbiting laboratory with a successful orbital insertion, I'm now joined by Bill Spetch, the International Space Station Operations and Integrations Manager. Bill, thank you so much for joining us today.
Yeah, it's great to be here again.
Bill, this commercial resupply services mission that just launched, for you, what stands out about this?
Hang on one second. We have to ask, is the toilet good? Control, this is Houston. Or is the toilet good? Hold on.
Integrity Houston, toilet is powered, waste tank purged.
All right, we're good.
Forward. This mission is delivering new research, hardware, supplies, all the things that keep our crew healthy and the laboratory running. Every one of these cargo flights helps us test systems, study human health,
What do you mean,
and mature technologies that we'll need as we go deeper into space. It's a reminder that the ISS is still one of the most productive platforms we have for discovery.
And I've alluded to it a couple of times, but it's always a busy stretch of time for the International Space Station program. How would you describe the pace of operations that's been going on right now for the laboratory?
Yeah, the pace on ISS is always incredibly dynamic. We're supporting continuous crew operations, science experiments that are going on all the time, visiting vehicles coming and going, and various upgrades, all while preparing for the next phase of human spaceflight. The team has
Control, can we get a status of the bubble wrap, please?
Copy, bubble wrap.
Bubble wrap is nominal. The transition got a little garbled there. Hold on. Can you repeat, please?
Copy, bubble wrap nominal.
All right, cool. Thank you. Anyway, back to Bill.
On low Earth orbit.
Yeah, the International Space Station is really the foundation for everything that we do from Artemis and everything going forward. Everything we learned about long-duration missions, life support, crew health, autonomous operations, international teamwork, all of it comes directly from more than 25 years of continuous human presence on the station.
It should be over the UK
Artemis
right
2
now.
demonstrated deep space systems, but the confidence to send crews that far comes from the experience we've built in low Earth orbit. The station is where we test, refine, and prove the capabilities that will take us back to the moon. In fact, there were a number of hardware items that flew on Artemis that were tested on the ISS.
And again, the International Space Station, that foundational test bed to continue humanity's exploration further and further out into our solar system. Bill Spetch, it's great to see you. Thank you so much for joining us here today.
Absolutely, always a pleasure.
That was Bill Spetch, the International Space Station Operations and Integrations Manager. Thank you again so much for your time and joining the broadcast. Let's check back in with the team over in SpaceX. Ronnie?
Thanks, Joseph. As you mentioned, Dragon has now begun its journey toward the International Space Station, executing a series of phasing burns to gradually close the distance, with docking again targeting Sunday, May 17th at 7 a.m. Eastern, 6 a.m. Central. We'd like to thank NASA for entrusting us with today's mission. SpaceX is honored to be part of NASA's Commercial Resupply Services Initiative. Congratulations again to the teams on another successful launch. To stay up to date with all of our upcoming missions here at SpaceX, please be sure to check out spacex.com/launches for schedules and follow SpaceX on X. That will do it for me here in Hawthorne today. Thank you so much for tuning in. Back to you, Joseph.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much, Ronnie. As always, it's been a pleasure to team up with you and share this launch again with you and the teams over at SpaceX. And we hope you will join us on NASA Plus, Amazon Prime, and more for our coverage of the final approach and docking of this Dragon spacecraft. Again, beginning at 5:30 a.m. Eastern on Sunday, May 17th, not too long from now, for a docking expected near 7 a.m. Eastern Time. Visit nasa.gov for the latest updates on our coverage and expected docking times as we follow the operations throughout the next couple of days. With Dragon safely on its way to the International Space Station, that'll wrap up tonight's coverage of NASA and SpaceX's 34th commercial resupply services launch. Thank you for joining us, and we hope to see you again on Sunday morning. Until next time, this is Mission Control Houston.
Look at that Chadley guy. With your worm logo jacket and your beige Volvo. You're going to do the docking coverage with NSF. 7 a.m. on a Sunday? Nah, I got a meeting. I got to return some videotapes. You mentioned the Windows disconnect sound effect was due to a frayed wire. As far as I know, that's a fire hazard. It's not a fire hazard to a webcam, dude. Don't worry about it. I have to return some videotapes. Do you think we'll see the start of colonization of space within our lifetime? I'd say the odds have increased, Neukin. In the last couple of years, yeah. It's possible. You know, and don't get me wrong, if it's me saying it's possible, if that sounds a little bit on the vague side, like, yeah, but also, you asked me that question 10 years ago, that's a resounding no. That's like, no, probably not. You know? Be kind, rewind. That's right. Yep. Remember when SpaceX was all about pizzazz? Wait until Starship launches. I think the pizzazz is still there. I just don't think it's with Falcon 9. You know what I mean? I'd say we saw the start of keeping a permanent human presence in space. Yeah. Instagram. You linked me in Instagrams? Oh, it wants me to sign in to see that. Yeah, no. I don't believe in Mark Zuckerberg, so yeah, I'm not doing that. Here, watch this.
Stage 1 landing confirmed.
Yeah, she weeble wobbled a little bit, dude, but yeah, otherwise great landing.
Stage 1 has successfully returned back to landing zone 40.
Could I just... Hey, baby. Nice. Yeah, he wants my data. That's why, yeah, when we sign it, he forced me to get a Meta account for my Oculus headset. You know what I called the Meta account? It's Mr. Stick Your Dick in My Balls. Happy evening, friends. My name is Mr. Stick Your Dick in My Balls. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, body. Q, R, S, T, U, W, X, Y, and... Anyway. So, what do you guys want to talk about? Space news? We'll just do a quick space news to kind of wrap it down here. I'm not giving that punk none of my data. Oh my goodness. Guys, check this out. It's the end of an era. Jack got a new car. Bro. Well, new to him. I wonder if they're parting out his truck. Dude, you have no idea how much time I spent fixing that stupid latch back there. It looks like they took all the parts off. They took a lot of parts off to use them on another vehicle. I'm not telling you what he bought, but I'll bet you could put two and two together. I'm gonna reply. It looks so sad. He posted it? Oh, okay. Disco 3, baby! All right! That thing... Jack sent me a lot of pictures. That thing is way, way nicer than his, than the other one. Yeah. Like, way nicer. This one has so it's a little bit newer and it has extremely low mileage on it for a car that's 23 years old. It's from 03. Oh god, I give it 6 months. 6 months of what? Oh. Jack replied to me. What did he say? Despite being stoked about the new rig, I only slightly ashamed to admit that I cried today when I said goodbye. Dude, cars are beyond personification in my mind. It's a living, breathing entity. And they all have different personalities. Those personalities were forged from the hands of the people that created them. Whenever you work on a car, you impart a little bit. You know what? That sounds inappropriate. Legit tears being shed. You named your Alpha Mito Luigi? Nice. You miss Mr. Yak? What are the odds it gets stolen? Hold on. Give me 1 second. Now attach a picture of I'm tired, boss. I had a Land Rover that wanted 10K for a tune-up. I had a recurrence of my drinking problem. Cars are like chicken nuggets. Family. What? Hello?
What's up? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. You're on the stream, dude. How you been?
What up, everybody? I'm all right. Today was a tough day for obvious reasons, but
Yeah?
a good day. Yeah, a good day.
Nice. So, tell us about Disco 3, man. Hey, people want to know. I'm just saying.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. I did not I kind of farted that out because I was leaving my mechanic, and like was literally in tears, and so I just had to share it. And then I did not expect everybody to care as much, which is actually kind of heartwarming. So thank you everybody for even caring and like remembering my truck and me 6 months after I disappeared into the ether.
People still ask, like,
The
hey,
long and the
where's Jack? It still happens, dude.
It's crazy. I can't tell you how much that means to me. So yeah, the long and the short of it is when it got stolen, uh, I obviously it was a miracle I got it back and I paid a bunch of money to get it running again. But it was not the same truck. And it would have cost many, many thousands of dollars to get it even back to where it was before it got stolen. And even then, that wasn't, so that the calculus was already against it. And I mean, it started misfiring really bad a couple months back. Basically right after it got stolen, it had started misfiring, and it wasn't that bad, but it was progressing, and it got to the point where when I would drive to or from work, my check engine light would flash, and it would like just not give me any power at all. And really, when the check engine light flashes, you're supposed to like immediately pull over and turn the engine off. So I took it to my mechanic, and dropped it off, and was like, "It's misfiring. Please fix." Okay, see ya. I'm gonna go rent a car. And he's like, "Well, hold on." He knew what he was doing. He's a smart guy. And he's a good guy, which is
he's cool.
why I've been going to him this whole time.
I've met him on the phone
for like yeah, that's right, you did. So yeah, he's like, "Well, maybe you don't rent a car. Here, take this as a loaner. It's a 2003. It has 75,000 miles on it, and it's had like one or two owners. Also, I'm selling it. Let me know what you think." And I tell you what, man, my mechanic is like 20 minutes from where I work, which is actually delightful because he's like an hour and a half from my actual apartment. So it's relatively easy to get to and from his shop from my work. So I drove that little 20-minute drive back to work in the Disco 3, and as soon as I got to work, I texted him like, "Jesus Christ, man, this thing is a dream to drive. It feels like I'm driving a freaking cloud." And so basically the deal was sealed right there, but it took me several days to come to terms with it. In fact, it took me long enough that he did the work on Disco Stew, thinking that I was going to keep it. A little bit tragic there, but yeah, the new truck is a lower trim level. It doesn't have the two sunroofs, which my mechanic's like, you're gonna not miss the sunroofs, one less thing to break. And I'm like, yeah, well, it was really nice to kind of stuff a Starlink Mini just underneath the sunroof and not have any complicated mounting or any like that was really cool to be able to do. So I'm gonna miss the sunroofs. And then the other thing is, it is a lower, like I said, it's a lower trim level. So like the driver's chair and the passenger, like a shotgun chair, don't have armrests, which is like a small thing, but when you drive the same car for 11 years and you get used to a certain like posture and driving position, I'm constantly like, "Oh man, where's my armrest?" So but that can be solved with a new chair. I already told my mechanic, and he's going to keep a lookout. When there's a scrap O3 in the right trim level that has a good chair, I'll just buy that off of him and throw it in. So some stuff off Disco Stew is going to live on Ship of Theseus style on Disco 3.
There you
go. Including the aftermarket bumper, the lift kit, the shocks and suspension, the all-terrain tires, and the larger 16-inch rims.
Oh, very
So,
nice.
so parts of whenever I drive Disco 3 to Boca, which, whether it's a year from now or longer or shorter, whenever Disco 3 makes its way out to Boca, it will have parts of Stu on it. So, it'll continue on.
Hey, dude, I was gonna say, because it looks like your boy's parting it out from the pictures.
He is. It's straight up like organ harvesting. Like it's going to live on in many multiple cars. Like it's going to there are plenty parts of it, as you saw and know, that are perfectly fine. That will live on across. I'm sure every single Discovery 2 that he works on, he's hit up everybody already that that comes to him also, and in the same way that he hits me up, and he'll be like, "Hey, I know you need a right rear tail light. I've got one that's good." Like, so that's kind of cool, right? Like, the circle of life.
Dude, you should. I'm not saying what you should or shouldn't do. Have him get one of the front fender, take the front fender off, and like hang it on the wall in your office or something.
That would be cool.
I mean, they can't be that expensive, dude. They're a couple $100,
so,
but you get a piece of it,
Right. So the reason I went today was because he, I think, is finishing up parting it out and was like, "All right, I'm gonna get rid of it." And I had a bunch of crap in there still, so I just took a box and grabbed like my tent stakes and my folding chair and my window shade, like all the random detritus that I kept in it at all times.
Yeah, we can see.
And in the process of doing that, I grabbed the Land Rover emblem from. I forget what interior part of the car it's from, but it's like the classic green and yellow like oval Land Rover thing.
I always keep a piece of my cars, dude. If I sell one, I don't sell them. That's my problem. But if I do sell them, I always keep a piece, dude.
Yeah.
That's cool, man. The new dude. Did you say 75,000 miles on the new ride?
Yeah, it's absurd. It's absurd. I literally think it just sat in the garage for years and years and years and years. There's no other explanation.
Yeah, that's.
I mean, it's a 23-year-old car.
It's been garage, dude. Yeah, California would have roasted the paint like yours if it was outside. This thing has been in the garage.
Here's the one concerning thing. It's got a sticker on the windshield with Chicago registration information.
Huh. That was my next question. Has it been in California its whole life? But I don't.
No.
That answers that.
No.
Wait a minute.
But also, there's zero evidence that it has been subjected to like proper winters with salt.
Yeah.
So, but that was one thing I did find interesting. But yeah, next week I take it back to him, and all of the stuff from Disco Stu will get thrown on it, and then I will probably take it out for a photo shoot once it actually looks like all sick and beefy. Because right now it's like it looks clean and awesome, but it also just looks inherently wrong to me because it's short and has little stubby baby street tires. I'm trying really hard not to swear.
It's all right, man. Don't worry about it.
But yeah, it's a big change. So and it like I it was really hard to rip that Band-Aid off. It took me years and years, but I after, like I said, after it got stolen, after Disco Stu got stolen, I paid like $2-3 grand to get it back running again. And like I went and picked it up and was like bummed. Obviously I was so thankful to not have unfinished business and like get the car back and get it running again. Like obviously, but there was like just a level of frustration where I was just like, man, this whole entire time I've been slowly trying to restore this thing and get it into a good shape again. Mm-hmm. And I just got like, it's like chutes and ladders. It's like I just hit a huge chute and now I'm not even at square one. I'm like square -5.
Yep.
So
I don't know. Like, so you know what the catalytic converters do?
What do you mean?
Like, do you know what they do with the exhaust and stuff?
Oh yeah, they use a platinum catalyst, sometimes rhodium or palladium, and they like scrub out the incomplete combustion byproducts or something, right?
Yeah. Yeah, dude, you got it. But like, so with a computer controlled engine, they have metering sensors before and after the cat, dude. So like,
Yeah.
once the cats get cut out, if you run the engine without the cats and the computer's looking for them and it doesn't see them, it's gonna the end. Yeah, the engine gets pissed. So yeah, that's why she was. Yeah, dude. Yeah, that's what happens, man. Like,
Oh yeah, that reminds me. Another part of Stu that will live on in 3 is the cats. Because right now the Disco 3 does not have cats. It got its cats stolen.
Jeepers creepers.
I know, right? So that is the other part of Stu that will live on in 3 is the cats.
There you go.
Until they get stolen again. No, I think that's something I'm gonna have to, especially now that the car looks good. I feel like it'll be a bigger target, so I'm going to have to get some sort of you know, cat blocker type deal. Kidney blocker 5000 in the South Park parlance.
Nice. Reference acknowledged, my friend. Yeah, maybe get an immobilizer. Talk to your boy. See if we can. There's like a quick thing that you can do to immobilize the thing. You can.
Yeah.
If it's, I forget if this thing still uses a cap. I don't think it does. But like you can unplug the coil or something and switch it with a spark plug wire, and it won't start. Like it's not even an immobilizer. Like anybody that doesn't know what they're looking at wouldn't be able to tell what's going on without some serious troubleshooting.
Right.
Cat cages are a thing. Oh.
Yeah, I've seen them. I mean, I was made aware of them as soon as my cats got stolen the first time around.
Yeah.
You know, whatever it was, 6 years ago.
Chat saying put barbed wire around you, razor wire around the cats, dude.
I mean, also yes, yeah, like a portcullis that like spills acid on whoever's face is underneath my car trying to cut out my cats. Like, yeah, any of that, I'm in.
Yeah.
But yeah, I should probably get back to work. We got another hour and 10 in the workday, and I've got a bunch of stuff to do. Speaking of shameless plug, hey, people out there listening, it would be so appreciated if you would check out Astroforge wherever you get your internets, whether that's Twitter or Instagram or LinkedIn or going to astroforge.com. We are doing cool stuff. We have a podcast. You can check out everything that we have going on. We are currently building our spacecraft for launch on IM-3 later this year. So I'm happy to answer any questions anybody has. I don't know, like I'll take a couple questions from, if people have car questions or anything, but definitely just want to plug all of the Astroforge socials and everything because my job is easier when line go up.
Yeah, that's fair. Somebody asked,
my job is to make line go up.
Yep. Somebody asked, is Astroforge hiring CNC machinists?
We might actually be. Look at the website. There's a bunch of different career job or job openings on the website right now, and there's even a I think it's called Write Your Own Adventure or Choose Your Own Adventure. Like you can literally just submit an application and say, I want to do this for Astroforge. Like, and I think we have hired people off of that method of applying.
Headhunting
I don't know if we've hired
perhaps?
a lot of people off of that, but that was one of the things when I was interviewing here where I was like, oh, I actually really respect that. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. Cool, man.
Are you going to the base for 12?
I don't know. I had some real life stuff go down up here that I won't get too much into, but yeah, I'm gonna be stuck here for a little while.
Word. I hope you're doing okay and everyone's safe and healthy.
Yeah, we are now. We weren't before.
Jesus, man, I'm sorry.
I'm
also not going to be there for 12, so I feel your pain.
Yeah, it's all right, man. It's okay. I'd love to. I think Max is down there. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I've been chatting with him a little bit and loving, the content he's been putting out. The whole team's clearly just firing on all cylinders still, which is, you love to see it.
Yeah, you love to see it, man. Absolutely.
Yeah, hell yeah. So yeah, freaking A, man. I miss you. I miss everybody so much. I can't express how much it means to me that
Bro, they love you.
I'm not,
Like I'm not even trying to blow smoke up your tail. I'd take you down a peg or two if I had the opportunity to. You know that. But they freaking people freaking love you. You're a good dude. Like, it's all good, man.
means a lot.
Yeah, dude. All right. Tell Matt I said hi. He's not gonna know who the hell I am, but tell him I said hi.
Yeah, hey, I'll DM you some stuff.
Oh, all right.
Yeah. But yeah, I love you all. Thanks for caring, and let's chat soon again. I always enjoy these.
Yeah. They're do you still eat weird bagels? That's the last question for you.
Yes.
All right, cool. You probably get them by the plenty in California, huh?
Oh yeah, dude. They know me at the bagel place.
Yep.
Like,
Yep.
like I walk in and they know what I'm about to order because I'm a weirdo and I get the same exact thing 2 days a week every week because it's like my weekend ritual. You know, Saturday and Sunday I go to the bagel joint to get a bagel.
Dude, I have a breakfast joint that I go to, and everyone knows me there.
I really think that's
Yeah.
it's a underappreciated thing you can do as an adult is like become a regular at places and like establish rapport.
It's awesome.
Yeah. I need to figure that out with a bar. I don't have that with a bar here yet, but I really want to just like walk into a bar, sit down, and get handed a large flagon of scotch with the biggest ice cube possible in it without saying a word and like without looking at anybody. Like that's when I know I am truly back in LA. But yeah.
Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name.
So real. Dude, I've been watching Cheers. All right.
Wait a minute. What?
No wonder we were able to do this for hours at a time.
Oh yeah, no, it's easy, man. You make it way simpler.
All right, y'all. Talk soon and be safe.
All right, Jack. It's good to hear from you, dude. I'll talk to you later.
Hell yeah. See you.
See you, buddy. You know, we're talking about Jack's Land Rover. I figured I'd just give him a call. Yeah, what the hell's a Radio Shack doing there? But anyway, Jack got a new Land Rover, so I figure I'd call him and have him tell you about it rather than me sit here. Yeah, 75,000 miles, dudes. Thing's a gem. Radio Shacks are still around. That's what I was wondering about that. But hey, whatever. I have not seen a Radio Shack in a long time. Whatever. It's all good. Can we get Yak to give you a VFT? Maybe. I thought Radio Shack went bankrupt. I mean, me too. Yeah. Anyway, that was Jack Beyer. He is the head of communications for Astroforge, an asteroid mining aerospace startup. And when I said tell Matt I say hi, that's the CEO of the company. I don't know him. But he'll know me now and be like, yeah, Jack will be like, some weird dude that I know that I hang around with sometimes says hi. And he'll be like, that's great. That's great. Neon Heat, head of media. We just hired a head of communications. Oh. Why don't you hire me as your head of communications? The nerve on this guy. Nah, it's all good, man. I couldn't move anyway. Family. So we could see Gen Z Twitter posts now for rockets? Jeez. Anyway. All right. So, check this out. Let's flip the page just a little bit. A launch license was awarded to SpaceX from the FAA, the Commercial Space Transportation License to Space Exploration Technologies. This is the launch license for Flight 12. So we got a launch license. That is a good sign for Flight 12 happening very soon. Now, what's going on right now is Ship 39 is out at Massey's. It's out at Massey's test site because they had to change some stuff up with the engines, I think. I think that's what happened. I don't know for sure. Remote head of communications. Yes. Head of bad communications. If I ran an aerospace company, it would definitely be a social media presence of all time. I heard igniter test, but that's a lot of rumors. Yep. Skeleton, I think they swapped an RVAC. I've heard anything from an engine swap to testing igniters, but either way, it's back there, and we're still net the 19th. No earlier than May 19th, which is next week. That is next Tuesday. So I will see you next Tuesday. No, I'm streaming on Monday. I'm just kidding. We're streaming on Monday. What? Well, I was talking about scheduling. What is that? Does that have another meaning? So that's good for Flight 12. We'll once again, next week, guys, just on a quick side note, I should go back to the regular schedule. I think I'm good. I think I'm good to go. I have the time to process my emotions and chill for a little bit, which is nice. He's awesome. We love a Tuesday catch up. Yeah, right, mate. That's dang right. Here, look at this new picture that was posted from the Artemis Twitter. Take a look. Oh, can't play the music, mate. No good. So we got some high def pictures of capsule separation before re-entry at the end of the Artemis 2 mission. Look at that. Does that mean KSP? Why would I be showing Orion if it didn't, John? So good to know that normalcy might return. Yep. How do you think both vehicles will do in flight? I think for Flight 12 it'll work, Anonymous. I think SpaceX has been cooking. Oh my goodness. Absolute cinema. Yep, indeed. Because it's cool? I mean, okay. Are those holes? Those are the lugs, John. That's the structural attachment point for Orion to the service module. There's 4 lugs here that hold well, actually, it's an explosive bolt. You can see it, well, frangible. That's what that popping is right when she separates. It's these are the lines depressurizing to the service module, but there's 4 lugs, 1, 2, 3, and 4 that hold this thing in, and the bolt, when they go to separate, they pop off. The bolt shatters. It's an explosive bolt. And actually, it could be a frangible nut. I'm not sure. I'd have to look at the lug. I mean, I've seen the thing before, but I forget. It's much shinier than you imagined. Well, this is all Kapton tape, guys, on the heat shield. It's so that's silicon oxide aluminumized tape, like metal tape. The reason why they do that is for surface electrical, so no electricity moves around here. And the other reason, the big one, is heat rejection. When the whole capsule is wrapped in Kapton tape for the most part. Apollo did something very similar. It's for better heat rejection in thermals. So like if it's reflecting a ton of light, that means that light isn't going into the capsule as heat. I mean, you're going to have some, but yeah, that's why it's all shiny. Does plasma build up in these areas around the lugs? Yes, absolutely. It's a big block of metal though, John. And that metal see how they built up the ablator? The ablator's built up around these areas. That's like, look, see the topology there? That's entirely on purpose. The metal will ablate, right? And it'll ablate basically the same as the shield. Oliver, 5 Swiss francs for your next beer. You deserve it. Danke schön. Grazie. Merci. Fun fact, that white paint on the service module is conductive for static dissipation. Yes. Yeah, so the lugs will ablate off too. These are cast pieces, if I'm remembering correctly. Here, hold up. I'm trying to find a good picture of it. You even know the 3 languages of Switzerland. Jawohl. I'm just trying to find a good picture of the dang lug. But yeah, it holds the capsule to the thing. Whatever. We'll just use that. Use one of NASA's pictures. That makes more sense. Here we go. See, this is before they put the Kapton tape on the shield. These are Avcode ablator blocks, and what the technician is doing there, what she's doing is shimming, checking the shims. You got to shim these. They got to be the right distance apart, or else it's not going to work. She's just making sure that everything is cut right. But yeah, see, the lug is. Let me take a look. Yeah, it's cast aluminum. It'll ablate. So, if you guys remember when Artemis 2 came down, somebody snapped a picture of the capsule right before it splashed down, and there was a white mark. There was like a white stain mark on the bottom of the capsule. Somebody thought, part of the heat shield came apart. No, what that is the aluminum, this cast aluminum part ablating. When aluminum ablates, it makes aluminum oxide from the ablation, and it leaves a white stain because aluminum corrodes. It doesn't rust. It doesn't oxidize, it corrodes. So, yeah, these ablate with the heat shield, but it's built up around it too to not have that much turbulent forces. And see, there's the bolt. That's just probably a regular bolt. There's a bolt that would go to the service module that would take that thing's place that will snap and it'll separate. Will you please add the Artemis 2 Orion separation onto one of your mission control spaces? Sure. Do the lugs connect Orion to the solar power? No. The lugs are your structural connection. Orion has an umbilical on the side. This is electrical. This is data connections. There could be there is something that's pressurized on it. I'm not sure exactly what it is, but something is pressurized because when it let go, the line immediately depressurized. So there's some type of pneumatic or liquid line in there. See, you can see it depress when it's separated. This is basically a quick disconnect right here. Similar to something that you'd find on a launch pad. It's a QD from the service module. The reason why is because you don't want wires going through the heat shield. You don't want holes in the heat shield, at least not a lot, right? So Dragon has something like this too, connecting the trunk to Dragon. They call it the Dragon's Claw, but Orion has one as well. Then you see they have a little bit of a flap shield right there for when the line's depressed. But all your electrical data for the service module, all the sensor information is going through all those different plugs there. I believe your O2 and ammonia coolant lines are there. Yeah, coolant lines is probably right, Rev. Yeah. You coolant fellas, bite, Contra, you guys said it. Yeah. Rust is just iron-specific corrosion. Yeah, that's right. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Apollo has one of these too. SpaceX has one. They're on the trunk. It's called the Dragon's Claw. So they got to separate the claw. So, yeah, the lugs are just your structural attachment piece. That's just where it actually physically bolts to the heat shield. And then all your other commodity connections are over here. Cool thing is from this angle, I said that was the star tracker at the beginning of the stream. It's not. It's not in the right spot. The star tracker's up there. I don't know what this stuff is down here. It could be the OPCOM system. Actually, that is the OPCOM system right there. Optical communications. It's on the belly of Orion. So what we're looking at here, this is from one of the solar array wings. This shot is on the starboard side of Orion. So Victor would be right here, Reed would be next to him, and Christina would be right here, and Jeremy would be right here. They're 1, 2, 3, and 4 right there. The hatch is on the starboard side of the capsule. If we're going, orientation front rear like this. But yeah, man, it's great shots, dude. I really like Orion. I think it's a great capsule, with the exception of the pressure control assemblies, the PCAs, and the service module. They had a little bit of a during the mission. With the exception of the PCAs, this thing works great. It's a really, really good spacecraft. I'm very, very pleasantly surprised with how good it is. Yeah, and the toilet. Well, it's the urine evacuation systems, but yes. Why does the heat shield look like a mirror? I thought it was tiles. They have Kapton tape on it, Hammer, for better thermals and surface electric. Yeah, they have it for better heat rejection. So like this is for when the capsule is in flight, dude. That's the right way to say it. It's for when it's in flight. They keep the capsule with the tape facing towards the sun during most of Orion's flight, and that's to better protect the crew. Why aren't they reusing it? Integrity? They'll reuse it. It's like foil tape in an HVAC system. Yeah, it's similar. That's just aluminized tape. This is silicon oxide. Silicon oxide aluminized tape. Yeah. It's good stuff, man. Like that's why you could see the reflection of the ESM in it. Check it out. You can see the tanks. 1, 2, right there. You can see one of the fuel tanks. And I think those are the helium tanks. It's kind of hard to say. They're going to reuse some parts of Integrity on the next Orion, guys. And some of Integrity's parts were reused from the first Orion capsule, the Artemis 1 capsule. They took parts out of that thing. The avionics package, they took it out of the Artemis 1 Orion, and they put it in Integrity. So, yeah, the avionics package on Orion has been out to the moon twice. Just saying. So Orion is reusable. It's just reusable in a little bit of a different way. Integrity will fly again, guys. It will. If the Artemis program keeps going with Orion, yeah, it'll fly again. Not with the service module. The service module burnt up. But this part up here with the windows and the urine dump and stuff and the toilet. So funny thing, on a per wavelength basis, the ability to absorb and to emit is always exactly the same, meaning the shiny could also being used to keep heat in. Yeah. Yeah, this is called Kapton tape, Hammer. The whole capsule is wrapped in it. Yeah, that's on purpose. That's why when Integrity came back down, it wasn't shiny. The heat shield was cooked. It looked like charcoal. Because, I mean, to be 100% honest with you, that's not that far off. Avcode is a carbon-based ablator with resin. It's resin epoxy carbon ablator. So think like if you took charcoal and you submerged charcoal in resin. Like that's what Avcode is. It's kind of like that. It's a very space age version of that, but that's generally the idea. If you feel like browsing, I posted the Frangible Bolt in Discord General. Oh, thank you. I do. Thank you very much. The bolt is on page 49. All right. One moment. There you go. There's the bolt. The thread is 212. 2012 UNJF-3A. Lateral offset 13 thou. Functional preload, 60,000 pounds of force. Ultimate load is 90,000. Thermal cycle minus 11 Fahrenheit to 142 Fahrenheit, 14 cycles. Can take 14.6 Gs RMS composite, 3 minutes per axis. Shock, it can take 6,200 Gs, 3 shocks per axis. Nice, nice. That is a very strong bolt. I don't know what that thread is. 2-inch 12 UNJF. Yeah, it's a fine thread, whatever it is. But 12 threads per inch seems like coarse thread to me. But it doesn't look like coarse thread. Well, it could take 6,200 on 6,200 G peak, 3 shocks per axis, John. So, yeah, it's good at anything. You could take shock from any direction. Nice one, man. Cool. Yeah, 90,000 pounds of force. So they have 4 of them. That's way over-engineered for purpose, but that's kind of the idea. You don't want the service module separating from Orion unless you tell it to, right? So how does it break? It has an inert bolt assembly and pressure cartridges. The unit is actuated by redundant initiators, but only needs 1 to fire to achieve positive bolt release. The output charge builds pressure, rupturing the closure disc. So this thing, see this tapered part right here? That part blows up. The cartridge goes into the thread right here. There's 2 redundant cartridges, and it'll shoot pressure down into here, and it'll shear the bolt basically right at that point. UNJF, Unified Fine Threads. Oh, UNJF is aerospace grade. Got it. What is it? 3A? Unified Fine Threads aerospace fasteners. Okay. We're looking for number 2-12. Thank you for linking up that. That's actually super helpful. Oh, yeah. Suitable reduction of bolt screws and nuts for aerospace applications where the root radius is controlled. External threads of this series have greater tensile stress area comparable to the coarse series. Fine series is suitable when the resistance to stripping bolt or external. "60-degree thread pitch." 60-degree thread, fine thread. That's yeah, that's strong. That's very strong. Like if you took a bolt and looked at it from the side, that's what you'd see. And what's H? 125 thou on a thread. That's a strong freaking bolt, dude. Yeah, fine thread. So fine thread bolts are very, very. You know what? Let me get some bolts. I'll teach you. I have plenty. That was me. I got 2 grade 8 bolts here. Look. So they look very similar, right? Now look at them close. Come on, camera. See the difference? So this right here is called a coarse thread. Meaning, if you look at the rungs on the threads, there's less of them per inch. This is I'd say probably 3/8 quarter 20. Or no, 3/8 20, I'd say, because actually no, probably less, 16. Because so that's a coarse thread. You see how there's less of them? Look at this one. This is the same exact bolt, same exact size, same exact length, but it's using a fine thread. So you can barely see the threads on that thing because this is a fine thread. Fine threads are stronger. This is for higher torque applications. The reason why is because there's more threads. Now the height of the threads is not. These might be halves. I don't know. I'd have to look. The fine thread, because it has more of these, is actually stronger. This can take you can torque these to higher load, right? This is a coarse thread. Coarse threads are okay. You do get the thread is wider, but there's less per inch. Now this is a smaller thread, but there's more per inch. This is more clamping surface area because of the fine thread. So these are fine thread is used in aerospace everywhere. Now this is, once again, this might be half 30 or something, half 20, something like that. This is an automotive application. These are the kind of bolts that you'd find on suspension. I know because I took this off of suspension from the 59. This is used for stuff. This is used for stuff that needs to be strong but doesn't need a high torque amount. Now, just a quick thing on bolts. If you look at the back of the bolt, you see how there's 6 hash marks on the bolt? See them? This is a grade 8 bolt. Don't ask me why 6 hash marks means grade 8. I have no freaking idea. This is really strong. These bolts are the strongest around. That's why you use them for suspension. So a grade 8 fine thread bolt, very, very strong. This little guy could hold up to a lot. This guy could hold up to a good amount, but not nearly as much as that one. Fine threads have a large minor diameter, so there's more cross-sectional area to take tension or shear. That's correct. Yep. But see, at a glance, if I just hold these in my hand, with the exception of this one being used, they look exactly the same, but they're not the same. So those aerospace lugs that are on Orion, those bolts are using a very special 125,000th thread height and 60-degree thread pitch. And if I'm looking at that brochure correctly, it's 2-12, so 2.0-12 UNJF3A. If I'm looking, see that's a super fine thread right there. This is real grade 8. Yeah, absolutely. Now, metric, there's a version of grade 8. It'll have your hash marks, but it'll say, what the hell does it say on the metric bolts? The metric bolts are the same, but there's, just like everything else, the metric bolts make a lot more sense than the way we do it, but you get the idea. 10.8. There you go. Yeah, it'll have a number on it. Mm-hmm. Yeah. 60-degree thread is the standard. Any metric thread is also 60 degrees. Fine thread is just the balance between the strength of the thread versus the net section, if you recall correctly. Yeah. Yeah, this is 1/2 13 and 1/2 20. That's what it is. You're right. You're right, Drew. But yeah, cool stuff, man. So Orion, the threads on Orion that hold that bolt together are able to take 90,000 pounds of force and shock up to 6,200 G. So, like, if you were doing like a parachute test for Orion, you dropped it out the back, and for some reason these bolts were on there, and the parachutes didn't deploy, and the thing slammed into the ground, these bolts would probably survive. Crazy, right? UNJF. Here's a UNJF hydraulic fitting to give you an idea what that thread looks like. Yeah. Yeah, let's take a look-see. Yeah, you were the aerospace bits, man. The small stuff is important. I don't want to log in to view the... oh. Hey, baby. 6200G, Hokey. Yeah. Look. 6200G peak loads, 3 shocks per axis. So it can take 3 6200G hits and it'd still be fine before it shears, which is crazy. It's class 3A.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
2.5, 12. That's strong, dude. That's a really strong thread, man. Small stuff is very important. That's right. The flowers are still standing. You want a rabbit hole? Read the entirety of ASME Y14. Do I want to know? It's a series of standards from the American Society of Mechanical Engineers that defines the language for engineering drawings, 3D models, geometric dimensioning, and tolerancing. I do want to read that, but I don't want to read that at the same time, man. I do want to read it, but also no. It's a little bedtime reading, yep. I know exactly what you mean. I mean, it sounds like fun, but that sounds like about as fun as reading a dictionary. You know what I mean? Like, you'd only read that if you need to read that. It seems like one of those aerospace books that, you know, it's more of a reference than anything. Look up ASME Y14. Okay. Y14.36, because of course there's a version. Surface text symbols. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, that's great, man. That's really good or something. Yeah, I want to do that on a Friday night, Hoagie. That's exactly what I want to do. You know, read that. Yeah, you know, it's like that movie Predator, but you know, instead of killing people, you're crapping. Maybe it's 38. All right, I'm looking through. Oh, here's another cool thing. Check this out. ULA stacked their first Vulcan rocket inside of the Spacecraft Processing Operations Center, the SPOC, or the Vertical Integration Facility A, the VIF-A, so the Amazon VIF here. This was the former solid rocket motor assembly facility for the Titan rocket program. And they raised the roof on this building and then converted it to be able to stack Vulcans, so they could stack Vulcans, 2 Vulcans at once. So that means that Slick 41 now has 2 high bays that can access it, which is pretty cool. And there's also 2 more mobile launchers. You can see them right there, 1 and 2. That's pretty neat. Those are 2 Vulcan MLs right next to each other. That thing that NASA's too afraid to do to the VAB. Correct.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yo, Taylor. Hey, glad to see you. I hope you're doing better. You know how to reach me. If you need anything, I got you. It's all good, man. It's all good. It's a little bit of trauma for EJ. You know. But this is making me feel better, dude. I'll tell you that. That's making me feel a lot better. I like that. That's real nice, boy. If they ever get engine reuse on Vulcan, would they mate that with new tanks at the Cape there? Routine, that's a super good question, and I'm not 100% sure what the answer to that question is. Just got in, what is that? That is a Vulcan core stage. And they lifted it up. So, all right, I'll use a beer can, right? So they lift the thing up. So this is what we're looking at here is an operation that ULA has called LVOS. All right. So they raise the rocket up and they put the back of the rocket on an A-frame that has a pivot. The pivoting point is right there. All right, you see that? It's that yellow bit. And then they attach a crane. The bridge, this is a bridge crane, so a gantry crane that's up in the VIF right there. They attach that to the front, right? Actually, rewind this whole thing. Let me say how they do this. So, all right, they roll it in on its trailer. All right, see the trailer right here?
Discovery, go at
This
throttle.
yellow bit, the yellow, here, I'm going to move to the other side. The yellow bit right there, the pivoting axis piece attaches to this trailer, okay? So they roll it in, right? And how does it roll? A truck. The cap that's on the front of Vulcan is a fifth wheel for a truck, Taylor. So you could just back it up and tow the dang thing, right? There's for ground processing. So what they do is they roll this sucker in. This crane right here grabs the back of the rocket. Okay? It grabs they attach that to the back of the rocket, and then the truck drives in, and the bridge crane gets attached to that front bracket. Okay? So the bridge crane is up here. That telescoping crane on the left is there. They lift the whole booster up horizontally. They lift it off of the trailer, and then they take that A-frame and they roll the A-frame underneath it, and then they set it down. Okay? Once they set the back of the booster on the A-frame piece, right, they detach that yellow crane on the left side, right, and then the bridge crane just pulls it up. And when it pulls it up, it pivots on that A-frame, and the A-frame actually slides that way. It's on rails. The A-frame is on train tracks. It's got railroad wheels on it, and it moves that way. It moves towards the building, right? So when the vehicle is completely vertical, that's when they'll separate it, right? And they'll pick the booster up and they'll put it on its mobile launcher. And that's what you see in the second shot. Notice that it doesn't have the yellow pivoting bracket attached to it because it's already been detached. And then the bridge crane will just slide it over the mobile launcher and then set it down on the ML. Now, what are these, all this other stuff here? These other lines, those are called tag lines. So they have dudes that are pulling on them that can find, precisely position the booster for when they do what's called LVOS, launch vehicle on stand. Yep. Actually, goalie, there you go. So yeah, this is an LVOS operation. Launch vehicle on stand. See, it pivots on the A-frame and the A-frame moves towards the VIF. And that mobile launcher thing is rolled out. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Rolled out like Artemis. That's correct. Yep, that thing that says ULA on it. That is a mobile launcher. This part right here has all the umbilicals for the first and second stage. Right? And yeah, this train track right here, the tracks that the A-frame is on right there is the track that the ML is on. So the mobile launcher, here, let me show you. We can go back and look at ULA's other pictures. They have more. Give me a moment. I'm sure we can see the rollout pictures somewhere. I mean, keep in mind, this is Atlas 5, not Vulcan, but they're put together the exact same way. So see, they got a track mobile down there, which is a nice way of it's a nice way of crossing like a switcher locomotive with a pickup truck. The track mobile pulls the ML. The ML is on bogies, just regular train wheels. And So what they do is they roll it underneath it, and there's jacks on the train wheels that they could pick it up. They lift it off of its mounts in the integration building, and it'll pull it out of the integration building, and then the jacks will set it down on the pad. But yeah, see that whole square right there, Taylor? That whole sub-assembly moves. It's big. These Atlas and Vulcan aren't the biggest rockets around, but they are the biggest rockets around. But yeah, that still is pretty big hardware, and that's a shot of it rolling. It's actually moving in that picture. Here we go. And then on the back side of the ML, they have all this equipment here, and that's all the HVAC systems for the rocket. Elon, I'll shred you down to your last atom. Okay, thank you. And what's that rocket being used for? Vulcan is used for Department of Defense missions, mostly. It does have some other missions with Project Kuiper. Well, that's potential. We don't know that for sure. But yeah. Vulcan is made by a company called United Launch Alliance. ULA is a joint venture between Boeing and Lockheed. Yeah, actually, there you can see the pivoting piece on the trailer right there. I always thought it was cool with Vulcans and Atlases that you can the front bracket is a fifth wheel, and all you got to do is the truck can there's landing gear on the front of the bracket, right? If you're a trucker, you know what I mean. And you just back the truck up and then retract the landing gear, and the trailer has the pivoting piece on it already. And that's your A-frame pivot bolt right there. Starship launch next week. Currently targeting Tuesday. Mustard related. This is from Will Robinson Smith at Spaceflight Now. What do we got? ULA confirms successful solid rocket booster test as Vulcan anomaly investigation continues. This is from Will Robinson Smith. We like him. Will's good people. I actually don't know him. I've never met that dude before. But he asks good questions in the press conferences. Okay, cool. Thanks. I know what they launch now that you said who they work for. Yeah, I got you. A lot of missions supporting the warfighter, Taylor. Stuff like that. On April 15th, the company said Northrop Grumman performed a successful static fire test of a graphite epoxy GEM-63 SRB. A spokesperson told Spaceflight Now on Thursday that the test served to demonstrate nozzle design enhancements which were already in work and an advanced propellant technology for future solid rocket motors across their portfolio. Demonstrate nozzle design enhancements which were already in work. They knew. They knew. They knew. They knew. Oh, yeah. They made a batch of SRBs, right? And they figured out that nozzle could have a problem, and they didn't change it. They just didn't change it. Speculation was it was a Band-Aid fix to use existing motors. I don't think that's speculation, Phil. I think that's what happened. Yep. It was already in work. Yep. Okay. I, too, like to gamble with... Can I add to that, Mutter? I, too, like to gamble with multi-billion-dollar defense payloads. Yeah, that's a great idea. The information gathered from this test, along with the findings from the investigations, will provide critical data to validate analytical models that support Vulcan's return to flight. Might or may not have affected Bole as well. Oh, yeah? Whatever happened to Zuma? I don't know. Do you know? I don't know. You applied for a job at ESAR. Nice, man. Good luck. During the launch of a mission for the Space Force, SF-87, one of 4 SRBs attached to the Vulcan booster suffered a nozzle problem. Yep. There was some asymmetric thrust that we had when we had that solid rocket motor fail, and it reduced performance, said Gary Wentz, Vice President of Government and Commercial Programs at ULA. He spoke with Spaceflight Now in the days leading up to the Artemis II launch. The BE-4 in our avionics system gimbaled to control it. We did some roll, and the BE-4s were able to compensate to arrest that roll. That is a way to put that. That's a way to put it. That is a way to explain that. Dude, that rocket was doing this. The SF-87 Vulcan was doing that. It was like that's not an exaggeration. That's what it was doing. It was nothing overly concerning for the BE-4s. Hold on. Let's check the tapes here. Here's some. This is NSF footage of the SF-87 mission. Just watch. Yeah. You see the flames coming out the side of the nozzle and not coming out the bottom. What does Tim Dodd always say? Flamey end down, not flamey end to the side. Watch. Yeah, you see those? Those are pieces of the nozzle falling back down onto the pad. You see them over there? Isn't that great? Let's show the roll. Yeah, see, there's more pieces of the nozzle coming down over there. When was this? The SF-87 was earlier this year. Yeah, the nozzle. Oh. Yeah, see that? That's yeah. That's good for it. That's not great. This mission succeeded. They got it to space somehow. Where's that footage of that roll? Who shot that footage? I thought it was NSF that had it. Yeah. Spaceflight Now had it. Actually, was it? Yeah, here. Look at Spaceflight Now. So watch the booster. You can clearly see that there's 2 SRBs here, 2 SRBs here. Watch. See the vehicles rolling? Watch what happens now. Oh, man. That thing is so close to blowing up. I can't believe. Oh, my goodness. I can't believe that. Dude, that's what I mean. See? That was not an exaggeration. That's Phil, thank you for this footage. That's bad. Oh, that's a hell of a roll rate. Dude, yeah, a guy called that not concerning. In rocket science, that's what we call a pucker moment. That's a pucker moment. Both the Vulcan booster and the Centaur stage performed as expected. The integrated U.S. government contracting team is reviewing the technical data, available imagery, and have collected any debris. We are in the process of conducting a thorough investigation and will implement any corrective action necessary before we launch the next rocket. Wentz said where the pieces of the SRB nozzle came off and landed in the water, that was likely too deep for them to recover, unlike the previous nozzle issue that occurred during the second certification of Vulcan back in October of 2024. They failed at the same time. Whatever. Vulcan's going to go back to flight by the end of the year, and then we'll launch our manifest backlog that we have. He didn't say it wasn't concerning. It's just not very concerning. Yeah, no, I understand what he said, Helfish. I'm saying that is very concerning. That's not great. Because that happened. So, a little bit of context. They launched CERT 2 in October of 2024. A nozzle exploded. The nozzle blew off. And then they tested it, and then they said they fixed it. And then they launched the SF-87 mission, and the nozzle blew off. It filled in the same place at almost the exact same time. And now they're saying, the information gathered from this test, along with the findings from investigations, will provide critical data to validate analytical models and support Vulcan's return to flight. That's exactly what they said the first time. Yeah, Aqualex, as for the love of Christ, I know what the guy is saying. Yeah, for the engines, it's not a big deal. Dude, the rocket almost blew up, all right? Like, I don't know how thick I have to lay this on before somebody understands that I'm just being a little bit hyperbolic here and not, taking what was said on the page literally. Yeah, we fixed it, but not on those nozzles. That's what happened. So did a certain cowboy hat wearing dude leave before or after this? I don't know. What's even more concerning is USG accepted that risk to fly the band-aided motors. Yep. Not to mention the pitch on the maneuver. It looks like it pulled 10 degrees of pitch. That thing, dude, that's about that Vulcan came about that close to blowing up. Like, that's about as hairy as a rocket launch you're going to see before the thing will just completely obliterate itself. Wait, hold on. When you said it'll blow your socks off, yeah, right? So, yeah, they got another one ready to go. That's in that Vulcan that's stacked over here is a return to flight. But yeah, still cool. I mean, Vulcan's a good rocket. It's just got to figure out those SRBs. Yikes. You bet. Concur. Kind of off topic, but integration related question. Why is it that for some pads rockets, the launch platform is mobile and the integration building is static? In others, the platform is static and the integration building is mobile. I would think one operation is consistently better than the other. All right, bite. I'll bite. What do you think is better? What do you think is better? I find it hard to believe that ULA was willing to risk their reputation on something this sketchy. Darker, I don't think they had a choice. They needed to get that certification. The Department of Defense was up their butt. You need a static building and a mobile launcher. Okay? So you want vertical integration. Yeah? Do you want vertical integration because you like it, or do you want vertical integration because it's useful? So it's useful for certain things. Why do I have the strangest feeling that EJ can win from either side of this argument? Well, you ruined my joke. No. But I was going to argue one way or the other. But the reason why is because the truth of the matter is, and I'll cut to the chase because Cerebral ruined it. It depends on what you're doing. It really depends on how big your rocket is. There are exceptions to these rules. I suppose, isn't vertical versus horizontal integration depending on vehicle size? Yes and no. Yeah, it makes much more sense to horizontally integrate a smaller launch vehicle, like Electron. Vertically integrating Electron is a waste of time because the transporter erector is tiny. Now, I will say there is kind of a cross point where vertical integration makes more sense, and I would say that a bigger launch vehicle, once you really get into the realm of super heavy lift, it doesn't really make a lot of sense to do horizontal integration, but also at the same time, that didn't stop the Soviets. There's really no, like, hang on one second. That didn't stop the Soviets with the N-1 rocket. Jesus, is that a big scale? Holy crap. Oh, that's not N1. That's UR 700. No, that's not what we want. This is what we want right here. So, it really depends on what you want to do. I would say for vertical integration's probably simpler, but vertical integration does take more time. Horizontal integration means you don't need as big of a building, right? But horizontal integration horizontal integration, you can go a little bit faster with it, but once again, there's a thing with scale and size and whatever that really kind of there's an intersectional point. I would say that personally, I would say that New Glenn is probably the biggest you're going to see. New Glenn and N1, which are about the same size, believe it or not, are probably the biggest that you're going to see for horizontal integration. I don't think you're going to see bigger than that in the near future. Once you get past New Glenn 7x2, you should vertically integrate. It's just building a gigantic heaping transporter erector to do something like that doesn't make any sense. It's much easier to just use a crane because cranes already exist. Now, like I said, with smaller stuff, it kind of makes sense to horizontally integrate, but another thing to take into account, and this is what I mean about trade-offs and stakeholder expectations with rockets. What are you launching? What are you launching into space? The space shuttle, for instance. All right? You have to stack the solid rocket boosters. A 4-segment solid rocket booster is 2,000 tons. Or not 2,000 tons. 200. It's 250 a segment. 1,000. That's 1,000 tons. You're going to try to move that? You're going to try to turn it? No, it makes sense to vertically integrate, right? And that's why the shuttle was vertically integrated. Buran doesn't have that problem, so they went with horizontal integration with the Grasshopper transporter erector, the Soviet shuttle, right? But what are these things launching? The shuttle, they made the shuttle use solids and they made it able to vertically integrate payload. They did vertical integration with the shuttle so it could vertically integrate payload. That's a really important thing to understand. Why would you vertically integrate payload? Why would that be a design requirement? It's a design requirement because certain payloads with very, 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 very sensitive lenses that the shuttle was supposed to launch into space are really only designed to stack in one direction. Certain type of satellite, not going to say which, certain type of satellite does not like being on its side. So payload integration requirements do play into this. The Saturn V is no exception to this as well. The Saturn V is no exception because you're not horizontally integrating the LEM. The Lunar Excursion Module, that's only designed to stay upright in the direction. It's only designed to tank axial loads on its long axis. You can't have that. If you tried to stack the LEM on its side, it would fall over. It would just break. That thing was so delicate. So a lot of delicate and sensitive payloads need to be vertically integrated. The Hubble, yeah. Hubble. So, Blight, it really, there's a lot of trade-offs. Like, are you trying to fly a lot? Are you not trying to fly a lot? A clean pad design favors, so like if you have a mobile launcher and you're moving the mobile launcher to and from the pad, that means that different types of rockets can launch from that pad. Like 39B launched Saturn 1s. It launched a Saturn 1B on an adapted platform, right? The milk stool. So there's a lot of trade-offs here. What are you trying to do? It really depends, right? With what types of payloads you're sending, how frequently are you flying? What's the size of the vehicle? There's a lot of different things that come into play with how you do your integration. Another thing to take into account is your environment. Where's your launch site? So you take a place like Boca Chica, take a place like Cape Canaveral. Those are swampy. They're by the ocean, right? Swampy, very swampy. So do you want to try to take the VAB, which is millions of tons, and move that? Or do you want to move the mobile launcher, which is a fraction of that? It makes more sense to move the pad at that point when you're moving something big. Does that mean that every pad at Cape Canaveral is a horizontally integrated pad or a vertically integrated pad? No. Space Launch Complex 40 and even 39A, when Falcon is operating off of it, that's all horizontally integrated. You don't have to worry about that problem as much with such a light rocket. There's a lot of stuff that comes into play with how you do your integration. It really just comes down to how big is the rocket, where's it going, and how much do you want to fly, and where's it launching from. Meanwhile, out at Baikonur, right, like I told you, out at Baikonur on the Kazakh steppe, the ground is a lot more firm. So you can get away with doing something like this. You can get away with moving something that ridiculously big. But like I said, that doesn't necessarily mean you can't horizontally integrate a gigantic rocket at the Cape. New Glenn, you could do that with New Glenn. But I will say the N1 and New Glenn are very... I said it already, but I'll say it one more time just to kind of close out this conversation. It was a good question, dude. That was a good one. New Glenn and the N1 rocket, the Soviet N1 rocket, are really... That is about as big as you want for horizontal integration. And if you look at the staircases here on the sides, that transporter erector is huge. I have a gut feeling that New Glenn 9x4 will be vertically integrated, just due to its sheer freaking size. Like, trying to do that with SLS? Hell no, that's not happening. What about how Atlas V flew out of both California and Florida? They used a different technique at each pad. So Atlas V was assembled on the pad. Slick 3 West uses a fixed pad design. And Slick 41 uses the mobile launchers. Now, that's a good question, dude, actually. So it's going to require a little bit of explanation. Okay. So, once upon a time, it's the late 60s. Space is the place, right? So the Air Force builds this at Cape Canaveral. This is called the ITL complex. It's the Titan ITL. Okay? It consists of two pads, Slick 40, Slick 41. They built this for the Titan program, for the Titan rockets. So Titan 3, Titan 3C, Titan Transstage, Titan 34, Titan 2AS. You could launch anything from this. Now, why did they do this way? Well, Titan rockets use solid rocket boosters. That's actually, yeah, that's a Titan 3. That's Titan 3C. They use segmented solid rocket boosters, something you can't horizontally integrate. Right? Actually the idea for the shuttle segmented boosters come from this. Right? You see the segments? So, because of that, right, with the Titan rocket, you had to do vertical integration. So when they made the ITL, they made a 4-bay vehicle assembly building. You could see it right there, 4 bays, and they made the mobile launcher. They used MLs, just like what they did at 39 because of solids, right? Now, ULA is using some of these facilities. Slick 41 is... This is the Titan solid rocket motor assembly facility here. This is on the ITL complex. And the big reason why they use the mobile launchers at 41 and why they used it for Atlas V and why they're now using it for Vulcan is because that was already in place from the Titan program. Didn't take much modification to the ITL, to pad 41 at the ITL to you modify it for a different mobile launcher. It didn't take much. You use the pre-existing railroad tracks and you go. That's why they did that. You can see there's the VIF-G right there. Vertical Integration Facility Government. And there is an Atlas V sitting in it in that picture. Or ULA just opted to, you go down the ITL causeway. Yeah, here we go. ULA opted to extend the roof of this building and make it their VIF-A. Vertical Integration Facility, Amazon. It's in this picture. See it right there? They raised the roof so they could vertically integrate a Vulcan in here. The reason why they're using the MLs? It's part of the ITL. Part of the original ITL complex. Now, see, this is an old picture. The railroad tracks end right there. These tracks have since been restored. So they can pull integrated Vulcan boosters out of here and then roll them down that way. Now down here is the solid rocket motor integration, former solid rocket motor integration facility. They did have a bypass track over here, where you could, if they were launching a version of Titan with no solids, so like the 2AS version, you could just go around.
Oh, this is space.
Oh no!
I'm in space.
Gifted 20 subs, thank you. But if solid rocket boosters needed to be attached, right, you bring them in here, you put one in here, you put one in there, they roll the vehicle in, and then they attach them to either side. And then you keep going. That has since it's not used for that anymore. You could see where they would bring the segments in. Right there through those doors, and there used to be tracks that go to them. The tracks come from there. So they would bring down here, move the solid rocket boosters in through the sides and go. Now these are payload clean rooms. SpaceX uses these clean rooms to integrate Starlinks. Yeah, SpaceX uses that facility. In fact, that building doesn't have the USAF logo on it anymore. There's a big SpaceX logo up here on it nowadays. Now, you go further down the ITL complex, you get to where the VAB was. They demolished it. It was a 4-bay VAB. You could build 4 Titan rockets at once. That would be very useful for ULA right now, but that was demolished when we decided we didn't want to do cool things in space for a little while. Oh no, thanks for the 20 subs. How's it going? Where are the vertical integration bays now? Yeah, they're gone. ULA had to modify the solid rocket motor storage and assembly facility, the SMARF. They modified that to be a VAB, or vertical integration facility, and then they had one left over from the Atlas program. Both of these can do Atlas or Vulcan. Well, actually, no. This one can do Atlas or Vulcan. The other one can only do Vulcan. But yeah, the reason why they use MLs down here is because this is all part of the former ITL complex. Let me see if I can get you one more picture. There's really cool pictures of Titan 3 being towed. So the one at the Cape wasn't the one at Vandenberg
Discovery, go at throttle up.
They just figured building it right on the pad would be easier because, yeah, you don't have all that flat space out there. So Atlas just used it. So Atlas 5 used what was left over of the Titan program. For what it's worth, so did Falcon 9. Slick 40 is SpaceX's pad. We just watched a rocket launch from there. That's the other ITL pad. So, fun fact, there was originally supposed to be Slick 40, 41, and 42. They were going to build another pad over here. They never did. They were going to have it go out into the Banana River. If you look, you can see they started, never finished it. The road was supposed to split two ways there. And then, the pad would have been somewhere over here. Now, SpaceX, they're not using any of that. They use the solid rocket motor integration building for payloads, and then they drive the payloads over here. But you can see the train tracks are still there, or at least what's left of them. And they kind of just built a HIF on top of the train tracks that towed the rocket to the pad, and the transporter erector uses those same rail tracks. See the bogies? It uses the same railroad line. Pretty cool. How long until they build that last pad? They won't. They won't. No one's gonna upgrade any of the ITL. The 4-bay VAB would be super nice though. But dude, there was a whole railroad. The U.S. Air Force operated switcher locomotives to pull the Titans around. That's what they did. They use trackmobiles now, and I think trackmobiles are stupid. Especially when, especially when the Air Force was toting those bad boys around. EMD switchers. Very nice. Yeah, that was when they stopped, and they moved that to the museum. I've touched that locomotive. There it is, pulling a Titan. Right there. Yeah, baby. Doing great. Doing my next semester course scheduling and course itineraries for next semester. Cool. Oh, no, right on. Is SpaceX the first ones who transport vertical and stack on the pad with Starship? No. Atlas 5 is built on the pad. Delta 2 was built on the pad out... Actually, Delta 2 was just built on the pad, all pads, LC-17 and then Slick 2. I wonder if that means the Air Force MOS had a train engineer. Yes, absolutely. Dude, there's somewhere around here's a gnarly shot of those switchers pulling a Titan rocket around. They had two switchers on either side. Two EMD switchers. They were Alcos, but then they changed them because they suck. Alco's better than EMD, all right? I don't care what anybody says. I'm an Alco fanboy, all right? What do you want? Ah, yes. Here we go. Bing! That's pretty sick, dude. That's like... probably like 1966 or 67. The ITL, look at it, it's brand new. Freaking. Did they transport any of those pads they built vertically, though? Thanks for taking the time and effort to answer stuff. The stuff's so dang interesting. Yeah. Love Eagle, you know you like your electric thrusters. I was recently looking at the field emission electric propulsion thrusters for a CubeSat for university. They're really cool. You can get up to 8,000 second specific impulse. And they use liquid metal as fuel. That's neat. Yeah, well, Aqualex, you could see the design iteration here. You could see the design iteration between Titan and Vulcan and Atlas. It's the same idea. That's why these are mobile launchers, because the ITL was originally made for mobile launchers. And that picture is freaking sick, by the way. The ITL is cool. Good idea. And are those the Alco switches? No, they're the EMD ones. Those are cool too. But look at how clean everything is. You know what that looks like? It looks like Starbase. If you look at old pictures of the Cape from back in the 60s, it looks like Starbase. Like everything is brand new. Everything is clean. There's no brush overgrowth anywhere. This is all forest at this point, dude. Like, that shot was taken from the top of the vehicle assembly building. The ITL assembly building. It was taken, like, right here. See? The white pickup. Yeah. What we got? Oh, I saw it. Believe me. That's a Dodge quad cab. Pretty rare. Ew. A Chevy. Gross. Like a 61 or 62 Chevy. Look, I'm never gonna stop. I'm never gonna stop and hesitate to talk about if I can combine trains and rockets into one conversation and teach people about it. I'm never gonna not do that because trains are cool, rockets are cool. Dude, how about a railroad? How about a railroad simulator where you're operating the ITL? Where you're operating the ITL. Like you have to pull an empty mobile launcher back to the VAB, put it in the VAB, and it you know, you could see them pulling the rocket, and you know they'd have to bring the core in, the Titan core at first stage in on a truck. At least that's how I think they did it. I don't know if they brought them in. They may have brought them in by train. Let me, how did they bring the Titan to the ITL? Hold on, let's, you know, we're here. It's Friday night. Let's do a little bit of a deep dive here. Yeah, there's the ITL. See the 4-bay VAB? Not as big as SpaceX's Gigabay, but still pretty big. And there's 4 bays, which is pretty cool. That means they had 4 bays, 4 mobile launchers. That's Slick 41. See, they'd tow it right to the pad and hook it right up. Hey, that building looks familiar. Where'd you go? Almost in the exact same spot. EJ, I have a thought. Is it worth it for Starlink to put another relay sat on higher orbits for speed? They're putting the data center satellites higher up. There's a reason why I call my dog Titan, because Titan rockets are cool, man. Activated in 65, the ITL complex became the first piece of architecture to use a rolling to pad approach. Later sites, 39A, ELA, Ekiyama Space Center, and Tanegashima. Yeah. Okay, where Titan's first stage, second stage, and trans stage were raised and stacked on a mobile launcher platform inside of one of the vertical integration buildings for high bays. Core stack similar structures to the Titan 3A would get moved to the solid rocket motor assembly building by a double-track railway system specifically designed for a mobile launcher platform. Once inside the SMAB, various other rocket segments would get fueled. No. How did they bring the Titans to the... How did they bring them to the pad? This is the museum. The Titan 3 core vehicle components were received, inspected, erected, and checked out in the vehicle integration building. Okay. Double track railroad. I'll have to do a little bit of a deep dive off stream. Did you see SpaceX building any like mega bay structures at Slick 37 for quicker turns once fully operational? Phil, you got something? What do you got? Oh, it's an hour long. You need the trained science packs before pulling the ITL, right? Titan used hypergulls in the first, second, and third, depending on the variation stage. They used what's called the trans stage. Trans stage is a hypergolic third stage, but then they switched from using trans stages to Centaur. Yeah, Titan Centaur. Very, very good rocket. Okay, so that's payload. Yeah, okay. They brought him in via plane. Thank you. That looks like a C5 if I'm looking at that right. Yeah, sorry about that sound. Back when Lockheed built rockets in Denver. Yeah. Bro, look at the Ford C-Series. Whoa! Ford C-Series, cab over. It's a cab over truck. Dude, this is from 1997. How old is that dang truck? That's a good picture, Kralani. I like that picture. Mutter, you got something? That looks like it's from the same B-roll, so it is a C5. Yep, okay. So they brought him in via planes. Holy crap. That's neat. Oh, there's the 4-bay VAB, dude. Look at the Ford Taurus police car. Every Titan launch was ferried to Florida on a C5? Yeah. Taurus police car. What were you thinking? It's first and second stage. Ah. Holes in the interstage. Anybody know why? Why would you have holes right there? They are holes. Titan's a hot staging rocket, baby. Just like Starship or Soyuz. NASCAR, you got something? It's taking a second to load. Let's see. Yeah, it's still taking a second to load. That's a shame that they demolished these facilities. Yep. You know what I didn't realize? They fed the rockets from the back of the facility. If we go back over here, right? They brought them in and picked them up and then put them on the ML this way. You like, if you think about it like the rocket core stages being bullets, I always thought that they would just bring them in from the front, pick them up, and put them in with a bridge crane. No. They fed it in the back. Let me look at something on Google Earth real quick. Rosebud, I see the shuttle assembly, yeah. Final shuttle being assembled from SFN. Oh, man. Now watch, let's take a look. Let's go up to about the same time period as that footage. Oh. Let's see if we can get clearer. Enhance. 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 Ah! No, go back. Yeah. They brought them in over here, and this is so you could stage them. Yeah, you could. This is probably just for storage, if I had to guess. I never actually bothered to go and look. I just assumed they towed them in right here and picked them up and put them in, but you can't. There's no bridge crane. And the mobile launcher is there already. Interesting. Yeah, they fed them from the back. I didn't know that. Oh, this is Cassini. Yeah. So see, there's one of the gates right there. Oh, dude, no way. Hold on a second. Hold on a second, dudes. Look at this. The only time we got good video Titan integration. Yeah. Yeah. Huh. So, look. There's a bay right there. You could see this is where the mobile launcher would come in, because you could see the railroad tracks. See the tracks right there? There's a gate there, and then you could see another one there. I see how this worked. Look. All right, so see the center right here? How this worked is
Discovery,
they fed the rockets in over here, right? And then they staged them in a line, and they moved them down through here for processing, right? And when they got to here, they brought them up into the bay. You brought them vertical right here. That's where that footage is shot. It's right there.
Discovery,
and then there's a transfer aisle that goes left to right. You can tell there's a transfer aisle because see the open space right here? There's a transfer aisle. So this is your magazine, right? And this puts one into the breech, so to speak. And then there's a crane that goes this way. The gantry crane goes left to right, which is why they couldn't bring them in from the front in this design. That's super freaking cool, dude. It's tight in there. Yeah, it's not the VAB, dude. Hey, Rep 57-month resub. And Zach, what's going on? 107 months. Commerce, Justice, and Science. Appropriates bill passed. Markup in the House. I don't remember any specifics about NASA stuff, and it's not too interesting until the bill passes in the Senate. What's the point of the Commercial Lunar Payload Services program?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Helps grow a lunar economy. Hey King, 41-month resub. Holy crap, you can't catch a break. Go from the highs of Artemis to the past couple of weeks. Just know you always have us, the community, support you. Thank you. Yeah. My April definitely had some highs and lows. It's been interesting. Give me the weekend, guys, to chill, and Monday we'll get back to doing space stuff. So yeah, it's a freaking magazine. They just moved them down here, went up and in, and then you could go left or right either way. If you could invest in any private space company now other than SpaceX Blue Origin, what would it be? This is not investment advice, Sean. Probably Stoke. Stoke would be my go-to. I think Andy Lapsa and his team over there do good work. It's the VIB. Yeah, that's right. Well, Rocket Lab's already public, so. Frickin' LR-87. I hugged one of those. I hugged an LR-87. Have you hugged a rocket engine? Yeah, see, they're going to move it. They're going to move it forward, and then they're going to either go left or right. They're going to the right. See, there's the 4 bays. There's bay 1 over there, bay 2, bay 3, and they're moving it into bay 4. You have a 2000% ROI on Rocket Lab, yeah. Hugged? No, but I've looked up a few rocket butts, yeah. Rev, no comment. You've never hugged an LR-87. Wishing you and your family the best. They definitely come before all this. Thanks, James. Yeah, thanks, guys. With that setup, seems they can move fast. What was the peak cadence with Titan? Honestly, Bob, with this setup going, Titan is not that complicated of a rocket. I'm sorry. It just uses crappy propellants, but it's hypergol. It's pretty straight. LR-87s and LR-91s are pretty straightforward motors. I bet you this thing could hit 1 launch a week with the ITL in its stock configuration with four high bays, 4 mobile launchers, 2 pads. You could hit a launch a week with that. Your long lead items would be solid rocket boosters. The SRBs would be hard to scale. I would opt for a reusable casing and go fish the casings out shuttle style. But if you did that, you could probably hit a launch a week. You really need to go, but yeah, I think the facilities are here to do that. I think that's feasible. Yeah, at the very least, 1 launch every 2 weeks, maybe. Dude, we didn't screw around with scaling up space infrastructure in the 60s. We didn't mess around, and we're only returning to do it now, which kind of sucks. They hit 25 launches in 63 and 65. There you go. Launch every 2 weeks. That was a guess, Darker. I didn't know the answer to that. That's quite the number of SRBs in the processing pipe. Well, it's clearly capable of doing. They're clearly capable of doing it. This is a hell of a facility, dude. There's the second stage. Dude, look at the transfer aisle. Holy balls, that's cool. That's not a tiny building, dude. Wow. You'd need a lot of industrial momentum. Imagine if there was a disruption. Titan can launch without SRBs, dude. You could do either one. Almost a waste to have 3 to 5 launches a year from the mid-80s onwards. Yeah, it sucks. Yeah, and that's what I mean. Guys, if you... All right, here. You want to hear a real humdinger? Well, we're talking about Cape infrastructure. I haven't read too much about ITL. I know a good deal about it. You know what could handle a launch every 2 weeks? You know what could really do it? That? Yeah. Yes, I said that correctly. 3 mobile launchers, 2 launch pads, 4 high bays. You could absolutely launch a Saturn V every 2 weeks. With the scale that we built at, with Stennis, with Michoud, yeah, you could easily do that. Your long lead items at that point would literally be payloads. I don't think Grumman would be able to build a LEM every 2 weeks, but that would have just taken time. With the capability that the VAB with 39A and 39B, 3 mobile launchers launching Saturn V's had, you could support a mission every 2 weeks easily. You have 4 high bays, 4 launch control centers, 2 launch pads. You could get away with it. Yeah, just alternate back and forth off the pads. SpaceX minimalism and fast-paced launching is really cool, but there's something special about the 60s to 90s era space infrastructure. Yeah, guys, I don't know what people are going to say. Well, EJ, aren't the crawler transporters slow? No, they're not slow at all considering what it's moving, right? And you have 2 of them. You have 2 CTs that were built for the original design. So you could have one CT go out to the pad over here and have the other CT go out to the other pad, pull a mobile launcher back, bring it back into the high bay, have one CT move that pad down, go back, grab the the Apollo mobile service tower, bring it back that way, set that thing down in position, and then come back. Yeah, you can use 2. You have 2 crawler transporters, 2 pads, 4 high bays. Over here, you could build 3-4 missions you could build 3 missions all at once and stage a 4th. We had 4 high bays. They should have built 4 mobile launchers, but they only built 3. It takes a half a day to get from the mobile launcher to the VAB and pad. Plenty of time with 2 weeks. Yeah, absolutely.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Dude, dare I say it? I'd say that, okay, so let's say 3 high bays are tooled for 3 MLs. Heck, you wouldn't even need 3 high bays. You could have 2. 2 high bays, 3 mobile launchers. You use one of the high bays to store an ML when it's not being used. For refurbishment or something. Actually, yeah, no, 3 actually is the right amount. You just start a rotation going. I'll bet you'll launch a week if you scaled with no solid rocket motors. So like something like the Saturn V, dude, they could have cooked. This is like SpaceX, not SpaceX level of launch cadence, but I'll bet you with the 39A architecture, with Complex 39, you could probably get to Falcon 9 levels of flight if you really dialed it in over time. And that is with the infrastructure that they built. So 2 CTs, 3 mobile launchers, 4 high bays in the VAB, 2 launch pads. I'll bet you could get to every couple of days. It's doable. That would take some time. Probably about 5 years of trying to ramp up, I would say. Like just very conservative estimate. It's doable, though. It's totally doable. The VAB is a monster. And the crazy thing about this, guys, is this is a scalable system. That's how good the Apollo systems engineering was. So, fellas, I don't know if you guys looked, all right? You see how the crawler transporter track goes all the way around and back to High Bay 2 and High Bay 4? Well, guess what, guys? They left all this extra space in the center because you could scale the VAB. You could build more high bays as needed. It's a modular building. You could scale it up, you could scale it sideways, you could build higher high bays over here. Just extend the transfer aisle. You can see they already laid down some of the concrete to do it. Well, they never did, but you get the idea. This, you want to know how to scale? This can scale super heavy lift infrastructure, which is why it's dumb that we stopped launching the Saturn V. But hey, not a cat, 64-month resub. So when New Glenn 9x4 VAB integration? Sawyer, the second I saw New Glenn 9x4, it clicked in my mind. I think Blue has their eyes on a high bay, and they have their eyes on CT1. With one crawler transporter, utilizing the clean pad, because SLS doesn't launch very often, you could get away with this. Actually, if I was Blue, I would really want to be comfortable with 2 MLs. 2 MLs with New Glenn 9x4, one crawler transporter, and they're obviously not using 39A because of SpaceX, so you really only have one pad. So, one high bay. So take high bay 1, retool it for New Glenn 9x4, and use CT1. CT2 can be used for SLS. And then have Blue build 2 9x4 mobile launchers. See if maybe they can buy one of the MLPs. I don't know. That would work. You could get pretty good scalability with that. Not as much as 4 high bays and 2 pads, but it's definitely doable.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Hey, Tan. The footings for high bay 5 and 6 ML posts are still by the north VAB wall. There you go. So, Rev, you're saying a launch every 2 weeks gives you 6 weeks per vehicle. Plenty of time for something without SRBs. Yep. This is the scalability, man. That's scalability I'm talking about. That's why it kills me to see one high bay working with one crawler transporter and one freaking pad to support one launch a year. That's bullcrap, dude. With 1, 1, and 1 like that, you could support 4 launches a year easily. Easily 4 launches a year. It's really a question of SRBs. Do you have enough casings? Do you have enough SRBs to launch at that cadence? Pretty sure Blue is building a second pad for 9x4. Dak, this is the thing about 9x4 and the VAB and stuff is that that's EJ fan fiction, so to speak. Not like that. That's kind of what I would love to see. I don't know if that's going to happen. There's no evidence to say that it's going to happen. I do think the second pad is for New Glenn 7x2 though, but I don't know for sure. What? Yeah, that was probably not the best choice of words on my part, but you get the idea. You have sort of evidence to prove my point. In the media image Blue posted a 9x4, they show a tower that looks like a mobile tower. Just saying, yeah, maybe. What if I want 39D? Well, guys, Complex 39 was supposed to be a 5-pad launch complex. The idea is that you have 4 high bays in the VAB, 4 pads to correlate, to increase turnaround time, and yeah, you 5 pads, so you'd have 4 on the coast here in line like this, and then 1 redundant one over here. Just in case something weird happened with the 4 operational pads, or like if you had to take a pad offline. This is all designed to support a sustainable lunar exploration program. Honestly, there was supposed to be another pad basically right there, and then there would have been another one right here, right there, and then right there. It was supposed to be a 5-pad complex, just like that. I mean, here, I'll show you how this was all supposed to go together. So technically, it would have looked like this. I'm just drawing a picture with lines. So there was supposed to be 4 pads for the 4 high bays. A was supposed to be, so 39A would have been here, B, C, D, and E. That was the original idea. That's what it was supposed to look like. SRB stacking is tedious too, even compared to other elements. Yeah. Can you imagine, though? Saturn V's are, comparatively, Saturn V's are not that hard to produce. Your bottleneck would be payloads at that point. But even with 2 pads, 3 mobile launchers, 4 high bays, 4 firing rooms. Yeah, you could easily launch Saturn V's. I dare I say like once a week. We could have we could have scaled to that. That would have been easy. I would say if we didn't build any more infrastructure for the Apollo program, and instead of flying the shuttle, we just focused on manufacturing Saturn V's and just dialing it in and manufacturing as many as possible in the factories that we already had that were designed to mass produce Saturn V's, I'd say by the late 70s, we could have tuned the Saturn V up to probably once a week, maybe twice a month, something like that. So 24 launches a year. Yeah, easily. That would have easily been obtainable by the 80s with nothing else, with just the infrastructure of the Apollo program as it existed in 1972. That would have been easy to do. Actually. What pops in my head? Historical pivot points. If JFK lived, Johnson brings the boys home. No Nixon. Fascinating. Yeah, I mean... Anonymous, what's that? What do we got here? But yeah, interesting dive into launch infrastructure. That's my favorite thing, guys. I love launch infrastructure. That is my favorite thing to talk about. Legitimately, one of the biggest bottlenecks would have been trying to clear the pads for wet dress rehearsals and launches, but you'd lose a day or 2 at the most. Yeah. Rev. I mean, like... Dude, if you built the original 5-pad design, dude, you could... There's no bottleneck there. There's no bottleneck. You could be rolling one out to the pad that's the furthest north and then using 39A, right? Easy peasy. You're well out of the BDA. You're more than 2.5 miles away. Spreading the pads out, is a good idea. Thanks for this. I didn't know about Titan. Yeah, like if they originally built the 4 pads, yeah, you could do that. Oh, man, that would have been so cool, dude. Jeez. Fluffy, you said it already in chat. We were this close to greatness, man. Hey, Beansy. I'm back after like a month. I got grounded. Do you remember me back from Artemis 2? Yeah, of course, dude. I remember everyone. Anybody I have a significant conversation with in chat, I usually remember you, yes. You would have been stationed on the moon in the 80s. Bob, yeah, absolutely. Excuse me. Anyway, what is this that you linked up here? Who linked this up? Anonymous, you linked this up. What do we got here? According to an interview to the launch specialist of Wencheng Launch Complex, during 2028 to 2030, China will do 3 unmanned lunar flyby missions plus 1 manned lunar landing mission. No manned lunar flyby, according to this piece of news. To use the word more correctly, it says circling the moon, not flyby. That's a very interesting test regime. Well, this is Wenchang, Nader. Their Wenchang launch facility is actually on the coast. It's on Hainan Island. Hey, Rosebud. Above deserved a contribution. 3 unmanned flybys, though. Wenchang is over here. So, we're in Indochina over here. And Wenchang is up here somewhere. Oh, look, I zoomed in right on it. So this is where they launch their Long March 5 rocket, which is their heavy lift vehicle. That's somewhat analogous in function to like Vulcan VC-6. Not as good if you ask me, but actually you could see that they're building out mobile launchers for a bigger rocket right there. You could see it in this picture. Would this one be Long March 9, fellas, if I'm understanding this right? They have a twin bay VAB right there. And yeah, you can see they're using a railroad. Oh, look, more than one. Yeah. This would either be for Long March 9 or Long March 10, but see, it picks up on the same crawler way. And then we should see a right away for another pad being cleared right there. There it is. I wonder if Max realizes he's hot micing into the Starbase Live mics. Yeah, there's the footings for a much larger pad, if I'm looking at this correctly. Either that or they'll make it so Long March 9 can launch from the pre-existing. But, yeah, see? Multiple pads. That's weird. It's almost like that's a really good way to launch a lot. So strange. Let's see if we have a more updated picture. No, that's the most updated. Well, judging by that mobile launcher plate, those ML plates look like it's supporting some kind of 4-core rocket. That actually looks to be a very similar footprint. Oh, wait, that one's different. Look, this one, so that one right there supports 4 boosters. You could, and then a center core, and this one is 3 next to each other. See that? 1, 2, and 3. Interesting. That's a Long March 5 ML right there. Wikipedia says it's for Long March 10. Interesting. Between plane names, trains, trucks, cars, bulldozers, rockets, and rocket building names and Civil War history, is there anything you don't have memorized? I'm not that good on Civil War history, dude, to be honest. Revolutionary War, World War II is, and Vietnam are the, well, I'd say more World War II and Revolutionary War. But I like knowing things, dude. Like, Drew, it's not even that it's memorized. I like reading about history. History is super interesting. And I like, I take a lot of, all this memorization isn't just to, I don't memorize a bunch of things just to be like, oh, well, EJ always has the answer. No, I like learning about things. I like learning my place in history. Does that make any sense? I never stop learning, dude. I'm always learning something new. Always, every day. I try to learn something new every day. Whether it comes to like aerospace grade threads, which we learned about today, or block sanding a car paint job, which is what I learned yesterday, or tips for block sanding a car's paint. I always try to learn something. And more importantly, I try to retain this information. The reason why is because it's what I was saying. I like to know my place in history. Like, okay, this thing exists. This exists. Very handy, very useful. Why does it exist? How did it get here? Right? My car. How was that made? How did we get to that point? Why is it built the way that it is? You know, like I have a Mustang, right? I have a newer Mustang from the 2000s, right? And I have my 69 Coronet that we're working on. They're both unibody, but they're a very different car, obviously. One has 2 doors, the other has 4, right? Why are they built differently? I like knowing my place in history. You know, like, why does this exist? This is the technology exists. Why did this technology get to this point? I memorize and understand all that, or learn. I'd say learn. I don't memorize. I don't just regurgitate information. I can tell you how it works. I do that because 1, it makes me a good teacher. 2, I like it. 3, you know, we live in a time where seemingly we have, well, you have the knowledge of the world in your pocket, right? You have a knowledge of the world in your pocket. That's a very interesting thing to have. No human has had access to unprecedented amounts of information like this, ever, in history. I think it's important to understand that and understand how we got to this point and why we're here. And I think that in understanding that, you can figure out you can extrapolate the goals of past generations, what has been the most important thing for them to do, whether it be go to the moon or, you know, a generation before that, the Transcontinental Railroad, or, you know, that defeating fascism in the 40s, in the 1940s, right? Like this, there, you know, it's important to understand what past humans, like what were their day-to-day challenges, so I can understand my day-to-day challenges and know where I am in history and what we need to do. Yeah. I think that's very important, dude. It's very important to know your, you know, people say know your history, but no, it's not just knowing your history. It's understanding why that history happened and why it became history, why it became a pertinent thing for us to learn. You know, everyone says, well, you should know your history. Yeah, that's lazy. That's a lazy way of explaining that. You should learn and understand what, as best as you can, from a human perspective, what people were going through at certain times in history, and then the decisions that are made are very easy to understand at that point. And then you can extrapolate that to figure out what we need to do. What are our generational challenges? What is the biggest problem facing humanity nowadays? I think one of the biggest problems is information overstimulus, if you really want my honest opinion. We have the palm of we have the infinite knowledge. We have the entire knowledge of mankind in the palm of our hand. Right? For instance, this is just an example. Like overstimulation, our mind can't get enough of it, and I think that societal degradation is happening because of it. If you look at and how this references history is prohibition. Look at prohibition. The reason why prohibition existed 100 years ago. Why it became a thing, and why they ultimately got rid of it. It's a very interesting concept. Some people like Orange Man and they don't know how to handle this. Well, Zubdi, I mean, dude, I'm not about to open that can of worms, but there are some people that very much like the president, and there are other people that very much don't. What do I don't know. I'm not going to tell you what I think. I don't think that's right for me to say that as a teacher. If I'm going to uphold a mantle of teaching on this stream, my political opinions are irrelevant. You come to your own damn opinion, okay? I'll just tell you what's going on. But that's a very interesting dichotomy nonetheless. It's a very, very interesting thing there. People talk about polarization, right? Polarization is my way is the best, screw you. No, my way is the best, screw you. Driving polarization is moving us apart from each other. There have been times in history where stuff like this has happened. I mean, Rome would be a good example, I think. That would be a fair example. Any history buffs out there? Driving polarization and a caste system that ended up being implemented was that empire's downfall. Just saying. '60s America would be another good example. Yeah, if you look up President Buchanan and what he did, and James Buchanan, his presidency let driving polarization run rampant, and then we were shooting at each other. Great. You know, it's something interesting to understand, and that all feeds into why I learn something every day. I don't just say learn something every day to learn something every day and you'll increase your neuroplasticity and you'll get smarter, huh? No, I don't do stuff like that. I learn stuff every day to understand what's going on in the world and bring context to a frankly chaotic world. Because it's hard to say what you want to do with your life. What do you want to do when you grow up? I don't know. Learning history and stuff will definitely help you figure it out, though. Shooting like in BF6? Yeah. I don't know. Drew, that's why I drive to learn stuff. I try to understand. I try to have my finger on the pulse of what history is being written now. I don't know. Just that and the stuff that I like, bulldozers, rockets, trains, they're really cool. Like, I like those. Like, cars, I think it's cool. Like, they're cool, they're fun, they're neat, you know. That's pretty neat. You know, if we were going to reduce it to a more simplistic element there, I think I think cars are pretty cool. I like being in an old car and putting my foot on the gas and hearing brum brum noises and then getting accelerated. Like, I think that is fun. That is a really cool thing to do in the proper closed course environment where you are not threatening yourself or anybody else, so law enforcement doesn't get angry at you, right? Like, that's neat. I think that's cool. It is sad that those who fail to learn from history are doomed to repeat it. Well, SCJ, here's the thing. I don't like saying that. I don't like saying that. Okay? That's something that everyone that has a modicum of understanding of history parades around like I know history, so you don't. No. And that was not the original context for that statement, but I try to lead by example. I learn. I show the process of learning on stream, and I teach people, and I learn things on stream too. You know, instead of sitting here and turning my nose up at people, it's like, well, you don't know your history, you're doomed to repeat it. I teach people why that is an important statement. Does that make sense? And I do it through example. Like, yeah. Does that make sense? Or does that jive? The best part of the fall of Rome is that its end in the West is mostly Justinian propaganda. Early 6th century Europeans still considered themselves part of Rome under Theodoric. But it's not exactly useful for Justinian's ambition of expanding his part of the empire. Yeah? Yeah? That's right, Nader. Like, I like Hearts of Iron. You learned a lot from a lot of history from EJ. Yeah, there you go. Those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it. Yeah. The quote, clarifying the quote verbatim, Alan, isn't really what I'm getting at. In fact, doing that is doing the opposite of what I've been trying to explain. You know, yeah, it's not, I don't just memorize things. I learn and I understand things. Learning and understanding is super important, or else you're just regurgitating information. That freaking Wikipedia does that. Anyway. Yeah, we got a little bit in the weeds there. But yeah, Drew, I love learning this stuff, man. This is my favorite. Telling your political affiliation is also a pointless way to lose half your audience. Yeah, Ash, that's another thing, dude. That is not, believe it or not, that's not the reason why I don't talk to you about my political views at all. Teaching is more important to me, if that makes any sense. If I'm going to be a teacher and I'm going to teach people about rocket science, I'm going to teach people how to think and how to understand things, having a polarizing opinion from somebody that's teaching you is I don't think that makes a good teacher. That is the most important reason why I don't discuss politics. I've had that rule since the stream began. Yeah, there you go, Norse. I always try to teach, and I try to lead by example. I don't need to disclose, I don't need to tell you what I think about stuff. I want you to think about stuff. I want you to critically think. I always talk about trade-offs and stakeholder expectations. What are you trying to do, etc., etc. I'm trying to teach you how to think. That's my whole thing. And you don't do that by telling somebody your opinion and why your opinion is the right way. No, let them draw their own conclusions. Your opinion is irrelevant as a teacher. Just personal opinion. Thanks, Alkanost. I try. If I'm going to sit here and say I'm a STEM educator, telling you my political opinion is not going to make that any better. Yeah, that's not a good idea. I don't do it just because, I'm going to lose half my audience. No. That's not the reason why I don't talk about it. I don't talk about it because I want to teach you. That's just like your opinion, man. You realize that's a higher, more extended than significant percentage of traditionally trained teachers. Yeah, that comes from me having biased teachers about subjects in school. Yeah, that's where I got that from. Yeah. One of my history teachers that I had in middle school was horribly biased. And it's to the point where it was, yeah, teacher would get into discussions with the class about stuff, and I would discuss things with this teacher just because it came off as such obnoxious behavior. Even 15-year-old me was like, nah. Yeah, by builder, we don't need any of that crap. In fact, I would say that if you're a part of that polarization, right, maybe check yourself before you wreck yourself, right? If I disagree with somebody politically, dude, I don't want to sit there and tell them they're wrong. I want to learn what they're about. I want to learn their experiences and learn how they came to that conclusion to see if I can, maybe we could get, the ball rolling and have some type of discussion, but I wouldn't do that here. I mean, the flip side of that, guys, talking about history, is I had a history teacher I had an ancient world history teacher in high school that taught us about Greek philosophy and talked about weighing pros and cons and talked about the foundation of the Western world and how it all works. I mean, we had a whole study on the Eastern world as well, which is a whole thing, and it's, but how the Greeks having democracy, and then the Romans after that moving to a representative republic, right? And after the Roman Empire collapsed, they, monarchies became a thing for a little while, right? This is a very condensed version, and how from not necessarily the Renaissance, but a revitalization of the individualism in, at the earliest stages of the Renaissance led to, I wouldn't say the Magna Carta, because Magna Carta was before that, but that's the British Empire, right? But, like England deciding to be a constitutional monarchy instead of an absolute monarchy. That's what the Magna Carta is about. What was that, in 1215, I think? Revitalizing the principles of the Roman Republic and the Greeks before them 1,000 years prior. That led to where we are now. It led to individualism, and it led to the right way to condense this into a 15-second segment would be to judge people of the content of character, right? Like, that's really important to understand. 1215 is a Magna Carta, yeah. Spanish Armada, 1588. That is correct. So yeah, I had a teacher that was really into classics. That was a history teacher later. That was really into classics, and I loved that class. That's awesome. I remember that class. It was just between recess and lunch. Frankly, I found it rather elementary. Do you like apples? I got a number. How do you like them apples? I'd have to say there's interesting benefits to the way the Greeks did democracy, much closer to modern concepts of crowdsourcing while actively building community. Yeah, the way the Greeks did it was very interesting, but they were the ones that figured it out. That's the birthplace of individualism in the Western world. Oh, I destroyed the World War II segments, oh no. I destroyed those. Like, I didn't pay much more attention. I listened to classics and stuff. Everything else I didn't care about. Like, when we got to World War II, though, oh, I destroyed that test. I didn't even study. My teacher was like, why do you like war history so much? I'm like, have you not seen Band of Brothers? The teacher was like, okay, good point. The teacher was like, if you just did this with like everything, you would be like an A student, right? And I'd be like, yeah, I'm gonna go play Counter-Strike. I'll see you later. My history teacher was all about the French Revolution and the Third Reich. Mm-hmm. I mean, well, Leon, I know it's like, it's very interesting how that whole thing kicked off. Very interesting. I could read about it for days, weeks, months. I mean, World War I, Kaiser abdication, Treaty of Versailles, right? Weimar Republic. And then in 33, when Hindenburg abolished the... what did he abolish? What the hell is it called? The Reichstag? Well, the Reichstag fire, and then he abdicated to Hitler, etc., etc. That's super interesting. Super interesting bit of history. Very violent. Uncool. Don't like that part, but once again, got to learn the good with the bad. It's important. Yeah, the French Revolution was not. It got pretty bloody pretty quickly. That's not necessarily. I don't know that much about that, but yeah, still interesting stuff, dude. Rares, you minored in World War II history in college. World War II is awesome, dude. It's just such an interesting point in human history. Like, very, very bloody. Very bloody. Well, it's here's you have a friend that you didn't literally know that dropped the atom bomb. Well, teach your friend. Hindenburg appoints Hitler, Reichstag fire, new unfree election, Reichstag dissolves, Hindenburg dies in office while effectively powerless in 34. That's it, Darker. Yeah, you got it. You got it. It's interesting when you compare the amount of inequality here now. I mean, certainly a component to history. Apocalypse for sure, man. You actually had a class in high school that was U.S. military history, taught by a Vietnam vet intelligence officer. Oh, that's awesome. My math teacher was a Nam vet. Yeah. Yeah, he made me like math, which was not an easy thing to make 13-year, no, not 13, but like 16-year-old EJ to like. Yeah, he made me like math. He he worked on an artillery pit. Figuring out, he was doing calculus on the fly to figure out where to get the shell, like where to point the gun to get the shells to land where they wanted them to land. This guy was just sitting there in an artillery pit, just doing the calculus out, like, all right, point it that way, point it up, launch it that way, shoot 3 volleys over there, you know? And I was like, wait a minute. This is, keep in mind, this is 16-year-old me. I'm like, you can use math to, like, blow stuff up more efficiently? And he's like, yeah. I was like, oh. Tell me more about this math stuff, Mr. Mathematician Man. You know? Oh, shoot. One of your dad's friends was in Vietnam and the platoon had 500 men. That's awful, but yes. Name the U.S. military's bloodiest battle. I do believe it's Gettysburg, but that sounds too easy, Hellfish. Are we talking about, like, per capita bloodiest? Or, like, just total overall, just absolute horrificness? Yeah, Hawks, does that... I mean, it tracks, right? Overall. Gettysburg was a decisive battle. It's not necessarily the bloodiest. I'd say it's either Antietam or... crap. I forget the other name. Later. Sherman's march to Charleston, perhaps. I mean, Okinawa was pretty bad. We lost 6,000 Marines taking that freaking stupid rock. Or that's Iwo Jima. Okinawa was even worse. I don't know. You tell me. I probably know. Probably know when you say it. I'm gonna be like, missed it by that much. Use our Argonne offensive in World War I. 90,000. He also had a science elective called Aviation. Our final exam was to take the FAA PPL written exam. Teacher was a Korean War era Air Force veteran, F-86 pilot. Cool. Cool. Yeah, World War I was gross. Interesting. Your 16-year-old still lives in my 72-year-old's mind. Yeah. Math. Stalingrad was... not... U.S. forces weren't at Stalingrad, Nors. That was the Germans. The German 6th Army. And then... what was the name of the Soviet army there? It was commanded by Georgy Zhukov. The entire German 6th Army got eradicated. Like, an entire army. Yeah, because moron chose to leave them there. Because the Germans tried to hold Stalingrad in 1942, and the reason why they did it is because Hitler wanted Germany to occupy the city with Stalin's name in it. What a dumbass. I mean, yeah, just sack the entire 6th Army, whatever. It's fine. I'm sure that won't result in your resounding loss of the entire... oh, wait, yeah, it did. Stalingrad's brutal, dude. If you have a weak stomach, do not read about it. I'm not even... I mean, you can if you want. Like, it's gross. Yeah, John, we could have. Yeah, Stalingrad had little to no strategic value. He just, seriously, he kept it. They tried to hold it because it had Stalin's name in it. Because it'd be like, I got your city, bud. Look at this. Yeah, they didn't really have a choice, spoiled. Barbarians at the gates, man. Yeah, I mean, Ryan, it's insane to me that... Well, see, here's the thing. Right. The Space and Rocket review got a little weird, but whatever. You know, obviously there's that fun saying that people throw around that know history, like, oh, don't invade Russia, don't get into a land war in Asia, don't invade Russia in the winter, etc., etc. And you know, at face value, it looks like the Germans did not get the memo from Napoleon a couple of, like 100 years prior. Well, 140 years prior. They didn't really get the memo, but they did. That's the thing. They did. They invaded Russia in the summertime. Problem is, Russia's freaking huge. It's a big country. So by the time they got to where they needed to go, it was wintertime. The problem is that Russia's freaking gigantic. Like, you're not moving that many people across that much space that fast. Yeah, logistically, yeah, they couldn't handle it. Yeah, Bob, yeah. Hawks, what do you got? Totally unrelated. Well, we're kind of in the weeds, dude, but I'm kind of just having a good time with you guys. It's Friday night. Let's just chill. Totally unrelated, but I'll forget otherwise. I know you're aware of Children of a Dead Earth. I know the game, yes. Have you heard of Deep Field KSP, like building real-time PvP Children of the Dead Earth with near future tech and orbital mechanics? Somebody's told me about that, Hawks. It may have been you, but I'm aware of that game. I have not looked into it at all. I know it exists, though. What's your favorite plane to be in World War II? It depends on what we're doing, Ryan. What are we talking about here? Single-seater plane? Are we talking a bomber? Twin-seat fighter? The fact that Russia had near no paved roads. I mean, that was... The interesting thing about that, John, is that that's their excuse for not... Even, like, throughout the Cold War, that was their excuse for not building a highway system. Because it would make them easier to invade. That's why it's all dirt roads. It's still all dirt roads. Well, not so much nowadays, but you get the idea. It's a long way off, but it looks promising, yeah. Ryan, we're talking a single-seater. P-38. P-38 Lightning. They have trains, though. They have trains that use a different gauge as the rest of the world. That is not by accident. The Russians use broad gauge. It's 1,500 millimeter. The Germans, all of Western Europe, basically North America, we use Stevenson gauge, which is 1435 millimeter. See? And you guys thought I just had this stuff memorized. No, that's what I mean. Why do the Russians use broad gauge? Well, that's why. That's one of the reasons. They do everything just a slight bit different, so if somebody goes and invades them, well, that was the plan during the Cold War. Nowadays, I don't know what the heck's going on over there. But during the Cold War, they did everything just a little bit different, like using metric. There's a reason why in the US we stuck with the imperial system for such a long time. Even well into the 90s, nothing was metric. Everything was still imperial. Because if somebody captures your stuff, they're going to look at it and go, what the hell is 3/8 of an inch? I have no idea what that is. Smart. There's little idiosyncrasies like that all throughout the Cold War that make perfect sense when you think about it in context. You think the average Russian knows what the hell an inch is during the Cold War? And yet 5.56. It's 223, all right? I mean, it's not, but you get the idea. As someone who isn't as knowledgeable on trains, could you quickly explain what the gauges mean? Sure. Vargon, train tracks have rails. There's 2 rails on either side, right? They got rails. There's a tie that connects the 2 rails together. When the train goes, the tie holds the rails together so they don't shoot off to the sides, right? Train tracks. The gauge is the distance of the center line of each rail from each other. So if they're 3.3 feet apart or 1 meter apart, you have a meter gauge. The vast majority of the world uses what's called Stephenson gauge. Stephenson gauge was invented by a guy named George Stephenson. He's the guy that basically invented the train. It's 1435 mils, so 1.453 meters. 4 foot 8.5 inches between your center points for the rails. The Russians use 1.5 meters, just slightly different. And that, when Germany invaded in 1942, when they invaded, that was a big problem. They had to retool all of the train tracks so the train tracks could support their trains, because the Russians used a different gauge, and that slowed them down. I mean, it kind of slowed them down. They ended up using prison labor to retool all the tracks. Yeah, you can extrapolate what that means. Not great. They sabotage the tracks too. It's funny. German trains would go to bring stuff to the front, the rails would just fall apart. Germany and Zoll inch was used in medieval times. Yeah, well, I'm pretty sure we're not in the medieval times anymore. I mean, when they went the other way, they also used prison labor. Yeah. You're going to try and see 4014. 4014 gets closest to me Electron on my wedding anniversary, so it's unlikely. I'll just have to go see it some other time. But yeah, history is cool, man. Drew, I love learning this stuff. The fact that you know the name and the size of the gauge as opposed to just knowing why they're different. What can I say, man? I'm meticulous. All this information is pertinent. We don't write it down just to make us feel better. I mean, some people do, but not that. That's one word for it. In Germany, we have some old train tracks that are 1 meter or 750. Yeah, so that's narrow gauge. Narrow gauge is, or no, what the heck is the name for the narrow gauge track? I knew it. I forgot. I think it's just called narrow gauge. N gauge. No, that's trains. That's N gauge is a model train gauge. It's like that big. Sorry to swap the topic. I don't care. Weird question. What do you see aerospace being in 10 to 30 to 50 years from now? 50 years from now, I hope we have a city on the moon and possibly an outpost on... Well, 30 years from now, I hope we have a city on the moon and an outpost on Mars. 50 years from now, I hope we have a city on Mars and a city on the moon. Sajid, just bought your tickets for the Starship launch. We'll be watching from a boat. Nice. By the way, on the topic of technological innovations, here's something that recently reappeared in Lynn. Thank you for the bits. Oh, yeah. Nice, the old sign. Yeah, that's cool. Oh, fun fact, you can blame the Barbary Pirate for why the US didn't go metric. So when I hear people talking about a variable gauge train, is that one that can adjust the width of the axles? Correct. Oh, yeah. Somebody linked me this. Look, check this out. Should have done that, dude. That would have been sick. Do you think understanding dark matter will more affect propulsions in space travel? Yes, absolutely. The work that CERN does in that area is, yeah, that could be useful. There's no special name for narrow gauge. It's just narrow gauge. Cool. Yeah, James, no flame trench tonight. There was a rocket launch during the trench. But yeah, Drew, I like knowing stuff and I like teaching you guys stuff. There's so much interesting stuff out there, dude. There's a whole world of interesting things. Like just super cool stuff from like train gauges to jet engines to rockets. Like there's cars. It's all cool, man. There's so much cool stuff. I want to learn it. I'm going to try to learn all of it. I'll probably fail, but I'm going to try to learn all of it. You can be damn sure. I ain't gonna stop, that's for sure. I'm persistent. Like, that's a big one. That's a big one. Being persistent is really important. Just keep doing it. Just keep doing things. Another weird question. Okay. Why can't 5-segment SRBs be parachuted down? They probably could, but you'd have to redesign the parachutes. Yeah, they probably could, but if they switch to the Bole boosters, cousin, they're not going. The composite casing SRBs will give you higher TWR, and SLS will have an increased throw weight, but composite casing SRBs cannot be reused. Yeah, Alex, there you go. Like the nitromethane rabbit hole I went down. From what I read, Raptor could easily run on nitromethane. Actually gotten curious about N-Gauge on and off. The reason why N-Gauge was made, Weather Guy, it's probably like a centimeter. I think it's a centimeter gauge for N-Gauge. The reason why N-Gauges exist is so you could build a bigger layout in a smaller area. That's why N-Gauge is a thing. N-Gauge is super popular in Japan, by the way, which is really cool. Yeah, the trains are, I call it micro machine scale, but it's not exactly. But yeah, with N-Gauge you could build a gigantic layout. The locomotives are about this big, about that wide. Why the heck not? I have HO, I have O gauge. And then I have 027 as well. Hey, Dad. You cracked a beer. How you doing? I'm doing okay. Oh, boy. Do you know roughly how much mass would be added to the boosters if they added parachutes? Oh, I have no idea, dude. Your grandfather hated N-Gauge. He called them little worm trains, so you grew up in an HO household. I never had N-Gauge growing up, Hawks. No, I had HO. HO and O. I do have an S-Gauge train. It's at my parents' house, guys. It's an S-Gauge from 1958. It's pretty cool. It still works. EJ, do you think it would be cool to have Titan launching again with shuttle SRB-derived boosters? Yeah, Isabel, I wouldn't do that. One solid rocket booster is bigger than Titan. Titan is not as big as you think it is. It's really not. It's worth money too. Never sell it. Yep. Oh no, we're not. I'll show you the set. There it is. I have that in S-Gauge. And it works too. And the crazy thing about this is that 1950s toys are, I'm sorry, they're so freaking cool. The catenaries work on a model train. Catenaries are, that's real. It's the body of the train is Bakelite but those are actually metal and they work. You can run electricity through them and the locomotive will work. You got your dad's baseball collection, and one of them is signed by Billy Williams. Nice. Nice. My dad has a Roger Clemens rookie card. That's worth something. That's worth something. I think that's worth something. Yeah, I think it's worth something. Appreciate the honesty. Yeah, Dan, I'm not sure. I'd say a couple tons to the SRBs, but yeah. I know, Curl. That's what started this train conversation, dude. I'll have to show that thing to you guys someday. It's really cool. I can't believe the damn thing still works. It's actually insane that thing still runs. It's 70 years old almost. Actually, no, it'd be 68. Yeah. O-gauge American flag given to you from grandfather in 72. Most of them are in glass now. Right on, right on, right on. I've played American Truck Simulator, Isabel, yeah. When is the next mission that you can watch here? So Kerbix Flight 12. Starship Flight 12. We did watch one today. We watched CRS-34. We watched SpaceX launch a resupply capsule to the ISS. The next big one is Starship Flight 12, which it's tentatively Tuesday, but it's going to be sometime next week. Hey Zing, what's going on? Once you get the garage open up, you should set up some trains. Be interesting streams you see you build out the terrain. How about we get a G-scale train and make the train run, make a layout that runs between the garage and the house. That'd be kind of cool. Actually, that reminds me of a really, really stupid idea that I had that I proposed to Brimo only halfway as a joke. Frick G-scale, dude. Screw that. HO, screw all that. No. How about we buy a real locomotive and we make a 300-foot run between my house and the garage with a real train? How about we do that? Why a model train? Frick that. Use a real train. And then we wire up an AC inverter onto the train. And then, people are like, why do you have a train track in your backyard? Bro, okay, first of all, it's a train. It's awesome. Second of all, I'm never running out of power if we have a diesel locomotive sitting in the backyard. That's all I'm saying. We can play with the train by having it go back and forth between the house, right? And then if I want to generate power, locomotives can generate amazing amounts of power. I'm never running out of power. We could just cut ourselves off from the grid at that point. Are you going to chat to fund the fuel? The idea holds diesel or holds water if fuel isn't ridiculously expensive. Fine, geek. Just crap on my dreams too while you're at it. Just do it. Just crap on my dreams. Yeah, thank you. That doesn't help us get trains in my backyard. Like seriously, an F40, get an F40 PH, bring an F40 PH and have it in the backyard and have like maybe 300 feet of rail every once in a while. You run it back and forth. And dude, that's a 3,000 horsepower diesel engine. You're never running out of power. Don't mind me just telling the secret Discord that we have for torturing you with monetary gifts. We can't do it. Brimo shot that idea down. You can't do that. I'm just saying, that would be pretty cool to have your own F-40PH. That time a Canadian town derailed a diesel train and drove it down the street to provide emergency power. Yeah. Yeah, dude, you can power your whole neighborhood with one of those things. What type of loco is it? Yeah, Boucherville, Quebec. Borrow a diesel locomotive and use it as a supersized emergency generator. Yeah, this is a thing. It's funny that they derailed it and steered it down the street, though. That's actually pretty cool. We'd need one hell of an AC inverter, but you could. It's not like they don't make those. See, if Canada did it, so could you. Have you seen this? The T1 Trust. Yep, absolutely. How much more money do they need while we're here? They're 60% complete to doing that. Dude. Man. Fellas,
Discovery, go at throttle.
I'm not saying if I hit the lottery I would tell anybody, but there would be signs. Like, the T1 Trust would just be like, hey, we got all the money we need to build this from an anonymous donor. His name is Mike Roch. It's like, yep. There would be signs. There's a G shop for rebuilding locomotives in my county. Yeah, it's in Erie. I know where that is, y'all. I know the exact place you're talking about. Have you seen the P2 project? You would suddenly see a rocket company startup from Boston. Yeah. Yep. And then, for some random reason, all of Union Pacific's big boys would be bought and returned to, running condition. Be the weirdest thing. Not Erie, Grove City. Amanda Hugginkiss, huge ass. Another news, a local man is supplying electricity to his entire neighborhood after the blizzard knocked out power lines. Details at 11. I'm not saying, dude, there would be signs. That's all I'm saying. There would be signs. Yeah, it's, like Battleship New Jersey would just be like, oh, we have enough money to restore the entire battleship. That's weird. Like, you just see weird stuff happening like that all of a sudden. The Eric Johnson Electric Corporation. They can't run the boilers, sadly. Make new ones. Make new ones? Question? So what? Make new ones. The USS Iowa is in storage in California. It's not. It hasn't been in Suisun Bay for a long time, dude. It's a museum in Long Beach. We'll convert it to nuclear. I mean, John, I figure with enough money, we could probably go to the Navy and be like, yo, can we get one of these museum ships sailing again? For educational outreach. And, because I hit the lottery, the Navy would be like, how deep are your pockets? I'd be like, not as deep as yours, but, pretty deep. You got a Raptor engine here for EJ, just need a signature. Yeah, like the F-14. Oh, dude, somebody got somebody got a shot of an F-14 being towed out of the boneyard. And I don't know when that picture was taken, but somebody did get a picture of it. The Navy told the museums they can't run the boilers. Yeah, with enough money, we could probably figure it out. We could probably come to an agreement. E-scale. Yeah. Aqualex, that's cool, but those are the types of trains you see at like amusement parks, man. If I'm gonna be a railroad hobbyist, I want an actual locomotive. Like I want an actual railroad. Like, is that messed up? Is that weird? I don't know. Your actual plan, if you hit the lottery, is to fund a shipyard over the eastern shore of Virginia. Oh, the Salem. That's the other thing, John. The USS Salem. I'd be like, I don't want to tell you all of my plans, right? If I hit the Powerball, right? But all I'm saying is I would buy the Four Rivers Shipyard in Quincy. I'd buy all of it. I'd just buy the whole thing. And then we'd build, well, this was a dry dock here. We'd reactivate the dry dock and we'd put the Salem in the dry dock and then make the Salem seaworthy again. And then, you know, the Navy would be like, yeah, and I'd be like, you know what, Navy, be quiet. You don't use cruisers. You don't use heavy cruisers anymore. Don't worry about it. The ship hasn't been combat relevant for half a century. Don't worry about it. It's fine. The guns, don't worry about those. I think Flight 12 is going to work. Yeah, I think it's going to work. If EJ won the lottery, let's be honest, there would be an STS-136. Why the heck not? Okay, all right, we'll bring this back to aerospace. Dude, you know how everybody's like, oh, we can't. Another pad deluge test. Yeah, Rares, you guys keep saying the Navy won't allow this. The Navy won't allow this. If you give the Navy enough money, they'll allow whatever the hell you want. And don't say that that's not a thing, because it's a thing. Don't say that's not a thing. Come on. Come on. Everything has its price, all right? Even for Uncle Sam. It's just Uncle Sam's price is pretty expensive. But, you know, say we hit the lottery, it's fine. So yeah, Pad Deluge went off on Starbase Live. What was I saying? Please buy a big gun vessel and use it for raising public morale. Salem is a great candidate for it. That's all I'm saying. So why the heck not? That's what I was saying. Dude, honestly, okay. You know, everybody says like, oh, we don't know how to rebuild the Saturn V. We don't know how to do that. I actually wouldn't, you know, with a good amount of seed money, I would not, try to build the shuttle. I know. I mean, I think there would be some merit to that idea, but you'd have to wrestle Boeing for the patents for it, and I don't think they want to do that. Saturn V, though. Everybody says, oh, we couldn't rebuild the Saturn V now. That's bull crap. Of course you could. It would take some time to get it right. But you could absolutely make one, and you could make it better with modern materials. Just saying. Okay, guys, case in point here. The Apollo LEM. The LEM, for instance, used riveted aluminum for its pressure vessel. Riveted aluminum. You know how much mass you could save by making that billet? Like Orion? Just saying. So, you know, why the heck not? There wouldn't be an STS-136, but there'd be an Apollo 18. If I was going to, like, if we had a good amount of seed money, good investment, I think personally, I think investing in super heavy launch capability is going to be something that is needed for a growing economy. You know what you could do with riveted aluminum? Got an aluminum tube. They should build a massive water slide instead of slide wire baskets for Starship. So, I mean, I think that, you know, manufacturing a 10-meter core and, you know, building something analogous to an F1 engine using Carolocks now with modern manufacturing, it would take some time, but you'd be able to figure that out. You know, restart Saturn V production. The shuttle patents are all expired? Really? Yeah, modern avionics package. Honestly, it would work. Use F1Bs and I don't know about J2Xs. J2Xs are a little bit heavy for the application there. You'd really need high TWR. You need a very high TWR hydrolox engine, which is hard to do. Element, 97-month resub. How I blew my $400 million Powerball lottery winnings in less than 3 hours. An autobiography with pictures by EJ. You know what, Element? Here's where I'm at. We hit the lottery, we got seed money. Even if that meant one more Saturn V launch. That's one more Saturn V launch than we had before. And I'd probably just go back to streaming. There you go, Zanku. Yeah. Please tell that weight it measured in newtons. What? What are you guys talking about over there? What about a modernized Methalox RDE Venture Star? Let's start with the Saturn V. Aqualex. I'd start with the Saturn 1 if you really want to know. Can you imagine a Saturn 1 with Saturn 1 had a 6.6 meter diameter? And instead of the S1B being a bunch of fuel tanks all kind of cobbled together, right? A 6.6 meter billet orthogrid stir welded application. And then two F1Bs in the first stage. Just saying. That could be useful. Catches you have to build the CSM in your garage. The CSM wouldn't fit in my garage. More importantly, we get to see a Saturn V launch. Yeah, exactly. Wasn't there a study about reproducing the F1 engine to replace the F1Bs? Yeah, it's called a Pyreos booster, Hexapod. If I had more 400 million, I would take Tim, Jack, Das, Joe, some random dude named Bob, and Scott on a trip around the moon. Oh, and EJ. And I don't know who Bob is. James E, rewatching all your Artemis coverage, the best. Thanks for the $10 super chat. Appreciate it, man. Yeah, guys, I if you really want my honest opinion, I really don't think it would be... Okay, like, this is provided we had a good amount of seed money. I don't think that rebuilding, like, modernizing the Saturn V's tooling for, like, tankage and stuff would be that difficult. I really don't. It's not Starship, dude. It's not Starship. It's an expendable vehicle, at least initially. The biggest things would be propulsion, the J2 and the F1. That would be the hard thing to do. Like, yeah, that would be the difficult thing. Upgrading the garage to a high bay would be a good investment. I mean, can you imagine, guys, if we have, you know, a rocket with a 10-meter fairing? 10-meter fairing with 120-ton lift capacity? I'm not going to say that NASA wouldn't be like, but also, you could basically use an Arduino as its avionics, right? Yeah. Hey, Geyser, what's going on? Actually, guys, a modernized Saturn V, honestly, like with F1Bs and J2Xs, with modern manufacturing, that would not be 120 tons to Leo. You could probably move closer to like 150, maybe 200, depending on how you did it. Cape Cod polar orbits. Yeah. I know about Eyes Turn Skyward. Yeah. BDB and KSP has a lot of parts from Eyes Turn Skyward. Yeah, Isabel, I know about that. What's the difference between mass and weight? Max, I know the difference between mass and weight. You just said the difference between mass and weight. With that being said, I have no clue what you guys are arguing about, and I feel like if I answer your question, you're going to use it to prove whatever stupid point you're trying to make in my chat. So, what's the difference between mass and weight? Banana. That's the difference. Banana. Would you at least make the 1B reusable? Not initially, Fluffy. Expendable in its initial form, and then move to reuse later. 200 tons to the moons would be scary. Well, Wolion, if we're pulling 150 tons to low Earth orbit, we could, and we had an S4B, right? Modernized S4B, we're probably looking at about 50 to 60 tons translunar injection. So you could make a much bigger, you could have a much bigger lander. Would the J2X have more thrust than the BE3? Heck, J2 engines have more thrust than the BE3U. J2s make one meganewton of thrust. They make 1,000 kilonewtons. And there's 5 of them in the second stage. Just saying. I think modern materials and methods would be 200 tons to Leo for Saturn. Hellfish, it's somewhere between 150 and 200. It would be a monster of a vehicle, dude. That'd be nice. How would you reuse it? I wouldn't. Not initially, at least, guys. Yeah, I wouldn't. I wouldn't reuse it. Saturn V was not designed to be reused. There were ways that they were thinking about doing it. I'd probably look into that, but dude, you can move 150 tons. 150 to 200 ton Leo, 10 meter fairing. There is a demand for that. NASA would be like, what's up? Imagine the type of space stations you could build with that. Then put 2 5-segment boosters on it and make cursed Saturn Launch System 5. Yeah, I'm not doing that. I like reuse not just for the efficiency, because you name them and get emotionally attached. There were plans, guys, that the Apollo engineer... Look, hold on. There were plans for making reusable S1Cs. They were just plans, though. They never really... None of it really ever came to fruition. These were just concepts and ideas. You might like them. How's that one? That one's pretty cool. Max, Drew, cool it, or I'll make you cool it. It's amazing that I even have to say that. Yeah, there were concepts. I wouldn't want the flyback S1C, to be honest with you. I mean, you could do that, but you're losing so much payload capacity with the stupid wings. I wouldn't want that. The other, what I would want is this right here. So there was another version of the S1C that was reusable right here. This is what I'd want. So this S1C, the forward dome on your LOX tank can pop off, right? It'll pop off. And what happens is the chutes will slow you down to a certain extent. And when this thing hits the water, water will get forced into the LOX tank, right? It'll get forced into the LOX tank and compress all the air that gets caught and trapped in it. And that will cushion your landing. And it works, the whole thing works like a gigantic hydropneumatic shock absorber. And that makes it so your engines never go into the water. We know this works. Do you know how we know it works? The shuttle did it 270 times. Well, 268. That's how the SRBs land intact. The parachutes aren't enough to slow down the SRBs to not get damaged by the water. What happens with the solid rocket boosters when they reuse them during the shuttle is they came down, and since the casing of the SRB is open, water got shot up in there and compressed the air inside of the SRB casing, and that cushioned the fall. How are they planning on getting the stage to enter dome first and not engine first? Parachutes and speed brakes on the wings. Okay, Drew. Thank you. Yeah. It gets you your propulsion back. And, you know, the way I see it, guys, is that this is not going to be like... it wouldn't be like Starship. We're not launching every hour here. All right? That type of reuse is favored for, you know, maybe launching like once a month. You know, 4 or 5 engine sections. So it's kind of like smart reuse almost. But flyback boosters would be cool too. But if I was going to do this, you know, Saturn V reuse idea thing, or Saturn V idea, I would not make it reusable. Not the first time around. How are they planning on... I already answered that. So it would re-enter engine first and then reorient with the chutes? No, the speed brakes would make it... Here, there's another picture. The speed brakes in the back would make it so the dome is always facing towards the ground. The other solution here, guys, would be to figure out a way to make an F1 deep throttleable, which... and then make it do a Falcon 9, which would... That would be a little bit difficult to do. Yeah, F1 engines don't really like throttling. The Saturn V engines really just... The F1 engines really have 2 settings, on and off, and that's about it. Yeah, and even when they're on, they had combustion instability, yeah. But I think that you could figure that out. I honestly don't think that's an insurmountable problem, Shaw. How would the fins not disintegrate on re-entry? Well, okay. So you guys know how Super Heavy doesn't fly very far. It just has, you know, really very high amount of thrust. The S2 on the Saturn V is doing the majority of your work. The S1 does not go that far down range. That's why Jeff Bezos was able to go and get the engines, because the thing didn't go that far down range, and it still landed on the shelf, like in relatively shallow waters. You know, it's not like way out in the Atlantic somewhere. You know. Once you get the first stage floating, would you take the propulsion off and just scrap the tank? I would reuse the RP1 tank and the engine section, yes. That way you just make LOX tanks. You just make new LOX tanks and just reconnect them. You probably should just clean sheet it. Yeah. But in this scenario where I hit the lottery and do crazy things because I hit the lottery, I would build a Saturn V to send a message. It's not about clean sheeting the design. It's about sending a damn message. It's about redemption. How do we spell redemption? S1C. What? What's the easiest throttleable rocket engine? The X-15 engine is pretty easy to throttle, just saying. S1D now. Yeah, that's right. The other thing, another thing that I was thinking about, guys, is that you could, with modern material construction for rocket engines, so billet, stir-welded dome pieces with a Saturn V, the S1C would not be, you could make it longer. You could stretch the Saturn V. You could stretch the design. Even if you made the S2 the exact same way. But the amount of mass that you'd gain, in modern manufacturing, you wouldn't, 5 engine, you could do a bigger engine configuration. You could do a better engine configuration. You could do 9 engines. Like, you could just make a big Falcon 9 if you really wanted to. You could just do a big one. You could stretch the first stage to the point where you could put grid fins on it. Inner stage would be a little bit difficult to make work, but it's possible. You could do it. And yeah, if you stretch the design and, maybe don't use F1Bs. Let me just think here for a second. What would be a good way to do this? I'm just running some numbers in my head. Yeah, that'd work. You take, what I would do is run a 9 engine configuration like Falcon, but these engines would be 4 meganewton engines. So by lowering the thrust rating and making the engine smaller, you should be able to introduce a little bit more throttle ability into the design. Instead of using just 5 big old engines that just yeet out a crazy amount of power. And then with modern tank manufacturing techniques, you could just make big Falcon 9, make a 10-meter diameter Falcon 9 and put an S2 on top of it. Yeah, that would work. Ish. I'm saying that like it's some easy thing to do, but if you downrate the engines, you don't use something like the F1B. If you downrate the engines and you make 9 Carolox engines that are just open cycle gas generator pintle injected, like just a big Merlin engine, be just a gigantic Merlin engine that makes 4 meganewtons of thrust per. Have 9 of them. Yeah, that'd do it. And then you could stretch the first stage. And then just make it boost back and land. I say that like it's easy. It's not easy to do any of that. But, that would give you your reusable. Have you ever thought about building your own miniature rocket and building up from there? It's on my list of things to do, Moody. Let me finish my car first. It wouldn't be a scaled up Falcon 9 because I'd still have an S2 on top of it and then an S4B on top of that. But it'd be cool. We could do that. Yeah, that'd be pretty sick. Anyway, 10 o'clock, dudes. I mean, now I'm thinking about what changes would I make to the S2. I mean, the S2, not much. You could save some mass for it, but it wouldn't be that changed. You know. That's a good idea. Hey, Ruan, what's up, dude? A 9-engine SLS, yeah. So what I was just thinking, guys, is that, you know, if we're going to do this whole thing, right? We're going to do this whole thing. With the S2, with your second stage, remember how I said the S1C would have like a 4 meganewton Carolox engine, right? What might not be the stupidest idea would be to have a geared turbo shaft, or a geared turbo pump, meaning that you have your gas generator, right, and then a gear set right here, and then you have your LOX impeller or your RP1 impeller, and then a gear is driving your LOX impeller, kind of like an RL10. If you did that with a gas generator, a geared gas generator design, you could do something like the LR87. The Titan LR87 is one of the only rocket engines that could because it uses gears to drive the turbines. All you got to do is change the gear ratio to get different feed rates for different propellants, right? What you could do, right, is that 4 meganewton first stage engine that's using Carolox with a geared gas turbine, right, with a geared turbo shaft. You could use it to make your second stage engines as well. And you could make your second stage engine run off different propellants. So you could have one assembly line basically making 2 sets of nozzles, right? You have 2 different nozzles, and then 2 different gear sets. One's for Hydrolox, one's for Carolox. And then just have a vacuum optimized nozzle around that entire design. Jay, thanks for all the streams. Yeah, no problem. Utopia J, welcome to the EJ flight controllers on YouTube. Thanks, man. Do they use CVT transmissions to change ratios? No, it's just a straight 1-to-1, not 1-to-1. It's just a straight gear to gear. There's no CVT. Rocket engines spin way too fast for a CVT. But a helical cut beveled gear, that'll work. It works on the RL10. It works great. Worked on the LR87 and the LR91. I'd probably do that just to keep engine design simple between the first and second stage motors. It's doable. We could do that. Yeah, we could do that. We had probably $1 billion investment money. We'd have to hit the Powerball when it's up above $1 billion. Anyway, dudes. All right. Guys, I'm just going to take the weekend to make sure I'm all good to go. I have all my priorities straight here. And, no, Drew, I haven't done that. Yeah, on Monday, we'll get back into it. We're going to work on our SLS Space Shuttle Ares 1 architecture for Kerbal. We got to get back to finishing that damn capsule. Yeah, a geared second stage motor would be pretty smart. That'd be a pretty good idea. Utopia gifted 5... Jay, you gifted 5 memberships over there. Thank you. Feel free to say frick off, but how would you like a raid? Yeah, Ethel is playing Terra Invicta. Let's go see what he's up to. That's on the Twitch side of things. On YouTube, you don't need to worry about none of that. Go raid Italics, dudes. He's a good buddy of mine, playing Terra Invicta right now. Go see what he's up to. And I hope you guys have a great weekend. I will talk to you guys all on Monday. Hope you have a good weekend. I'm sorry for what you had to go through. Don't worry about it, Blight. Yeah. I appreciate those words, though. Thank you. But yeah. Hey, we were at rock bottom last week and this week. So now there's only one place to go. So, guys, go raid Etel. And I'll talk to you guys on Monday. Have a great weekend. And I'll see you then. We got... I'm going to try to do a car stream in the morning on Monday. Try. If I can't, we'll do a car stream throughout the week, finishing that rocker panel. But KSP and Space News on Monday. So, yeah. Thank you very much for watching, everybody. Have a great weekend, and I'll see you later. We're back on Monday. We are back, baby. We are back. We are back. All right. I'll see you guys then. Thank you.